Act 2. 2. Bihar. 15. Dumron, District Buka, Bihar. I wanted to surprise my mother, so I told her I was arriving a day later than the actual date. I reached the Dumron railway station after a 14-hour train journey from Delhi. As I walked out of the station, the familiar smells of my childhood hit me straight away. There is nothing spectacular about my hometown. It is a small place, less than 3 kilometers across on any side. Its only claim to fame is being one of the oldest princely states of India. My family had something to do with that achievement. However, I don't know if I can feel proud for what my ancestors did 10 generations ago. Dumron is in Buka district, around 16 kilometers from Buka town on the banks of the Ganges. If you were not sleeping in history class, you would have heard of the Great Battle of Buka in 1764. Frankly, it should be renamed the Embarrassing Battle of Buka. The battle was fought between the British East India Company and the combined armies of 3 Indian rulers, Mir Qasim, the Nawab of Bengal, Shujaa-ud-Dowla, the Nawab of Awadh, and the Mughal king, Shah Alam II. The Indian side had 40,000 troops. The British had less than 10,000. Guess what happened? The British clobbered us. How? Well, the 3 Indian kings ended up fighting with each other. Each Indian king had cut a side deal with the British and worked against the other. In a day, the British had won the battle and taken control of most of India. I don't think Indians have learned much since that day. We remain as divided as ever. Everyone still tries to cut a deal for themselves while the nation goes to hell. Anyway, there is a reason I am telling you this. You may think things are not connected, but think about this. If there was no Battle of Buka, or if it had had a different outcome, the British may not have ruled India like they did. There would be none of the English high-class, rest low-class bullshit that happens in India. There would not even be a St. Stephen's College. Just imagine, if only the jokers in Buka had done things a little differently, maybe the white man would be speaking Hindi and Bhojpuri would be the new cool. I took an auto rickshaw. Raja ki Havli, I told the driver. He put the auto in first gear and drove off. In Dumron, our house is a landmark by itself. It was the bumpiest ride ever. A cloud of dust surrounded us as we drove through the city. What happened to the road? I asked the auto driver. There are no roads, he said and laughed. Asterisk. 20 minutes later, the auto reached the Havli's main entrance. 15 years ago, we had a guard post here. Now, we just had pillars on each side. Along with my 3 fat suitcases, I stood in the central quadrangle, once a beautiful garden. My childhood picture, which Ria had seen, had been taken here. I noticed a stack of bamboo poles and bundles of cloth kept in the quadrangle. 2 laborers sat in a corner, smoking beedies. What's this? I said. We are putting up a tent, said one of them. Asterisk, Ma wasn't home when I arrived. I entered my old room. The large wooden doors creaked more than before. The cupboard doors had become stiff. I opened the windows. Sunlight fell on the posters of Shaquille O'Neal and Magic Johnson stuck on my wall for the last 5 years. I lay on the bed, staring at the basketball champions. I wondered if I should have focused more on the national trials. A few hours later, my mother returned from school. Ma, I screamed from the window. My mother saw me as she entered the Havli gate. She waved at me. I rushed downstairs and gave her a big hug. Girlfriends come and go, but, thank God, mothers don't break up with you. You said tomorrow, she said. We sat on one of the living room sofas, frayed but still elegant. I thought I would surprise you, I said. That's nice. But you spoilt our surprise. How? Savitri Tai, one of my mother's oldest helpers, brought in tea and sweet litti. Your coronation. You saw the tents outside, right? What? I said, a half-eaten litti ball in my hand. It's an auspicious day, Ashad Krishna. Ma, I don't want this drama. It isn't drama. It's tradition, my mother said in a low, emotional voice, the perfect starting point for female drama. I'll feel like a joker, being anointed a prince in a democracy. My mother stood up and walked to the dining table, her back to me. She remained silent, her most potent weapon. Standing tall at 5 feet, 8 inches, in her starched sari, my mother did look royal. She clenched her fists tight. I walked up to her. Ma, you shouldn't have sent me to college if you wanted me to keep following such rituals. My mother spoke, her back still towards me. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. I went around the dining table to face her. We have an MLA, I said. What's his name? My mother looked at me in defiance. What's his name, Ma? Aja. Useless fellow. Yes, Aja. We also have an MP in Buka and a centimeter in Patna. The villagers still care for us. You know why, she said. Because they are old-fashioned and uneducated. My mother looked at me sharply. You've become like them. Like whom? The over-educated idiots in big cities. Whenever they don't understand villagers, they call them uneducated and old-fashioned. I listened to her reprimand, keeping my head down. The Rani Saba's rare loss of temper could not be taken lightly. So why do they want to coronet me? Nothing else entertaining happening in Dunron. They want to because the so-called government doesn't seem to care. I poured a glass of water and handed it to my mother. Ma, I have finished college and come back. Can you not shout at me within the first hour of meeting me? Your actions deserve it, so what can I do? Okay, sorry. I am sorry, Ma. She relented and we sat on the sofa again. I placed 4 more lettuce on my plate. There's dinner. Don't stuff yourself with these, Ma said. Sorry, I said, and put my plate back on the table. Anyway, it is just a 2-hour-long ceremony, the Raji Abhishek Puja and lunch. What is the problem? No problem at all. I'll do it. The fan in the room stopped. In seconds, sweat beads appeared on our foreheads. In minutes, mosquitoes hovered over us. What happened? I said. Load shedding. Go thank your government for this, my mother said. 16. How much longer, Panditji? I said. My back hurt from sitting cross-legged on the floor for over 2 hours. Marriages get done faster than this. The village priest chanted holy mantras for my peaceful and successful rule. Whatever. Around 200 people from Dumron and nearby villages had come to attend the ceremony. People sat on red plastic chairs. Giant pedestal fans recirculated the hot air. I recognized a few important guests. MLA Vijay Ajar, a 60-year-old man who had been in local politics for over 40 years, sat in the front row. The district collector and the police inspector sat next to him. Local press reporters took pictures and hovered around them. Finally, my mother presented the royal crown to Panditji. She had taken it out of our family safe. It was one of the few precious items we had left. Panditji placed the 2-kilo crown on my head. The crowd applauded. My mother burst into tears. She gave me a hug, an embarrassing public display of affection. Happy now? I said, whispering in her ear. My Rajkumar. She hugged me even tighter. I was sweating profusely in my velvet Bandgala suit. Rajkumar is melting in the heat. Can I change? I said. I came down from the stage. Reporters made me pose for photos. My mother introduced me to guests even as reporters took my pictures. Mubarak, Rajkumar Sahib said, a young man in his 20s. My mother introduced him as Akhtar Hussain, one of the 2 teachers in her school. Call me Madhav, I said to Akhtar, shaking his hand. He seemed embarrassed at the suggestion. Madhav, meet Tijlal, another teacher at our school, and Tarachandji, the administrative officer, my mother said. I folded my hands to wish both men, each in their 50s. I will be joining the school too, I said. My mother's staff looked at her in surprise. I thought you went to a top college in Delhi, Akhtar said. So? I said. You can get a good job anywhere, Akhtar said. This is not a good job. I said. Everyone grinned. MLA Ajar reached us. He had a thick moustache, upwardly mobile on either side. Congratulations, Rani Saba, he said. Ajarji, thank you so much for coming, my mother said. He folded his hands to take permission to leave. But what about lunch? I have 2 other functions in Buka. Please excuse me, he said, hands still folded. My mother looked at me. She wanted me to persuade him to stay. Ajarji, stay a little while. We can eat together, I said. No, Rajkumarji. Besides, you won't be done soon. See, the line has built up. I turned around to find a queue of about 50 villagers waiting to seek my blessings. A few kids came up to me. They wanted to touch the sword attached to my waist. I guess if you look like a clown, you do attract some attention. If only voters loved their netters like they love you, MLA Ajar said before he left. One by one, I blessed the villagers. Is he a real prince? Like those in stories? I overheard a young girl whisper to another. Of course he is, her friend said. So where is his princess? The young girl said. I smiled. My princess had moved to another faraway kingdom. What time is school tomorrow, Ma? I said. 7 in the morning. Think about work later. Enjoy being the ruler today, she said. It is no fun being a ruler when someone else still rules you. Asterisk, the Dumron Royal School is a 20-minute walk from our Havli. I accompanied my mother as we hiked through fields at 6:30 in the morning. There are 3 shifts, over 200 students in each. My mother said 7 to 10.30, 10:30 to 2, and 2 to 5:30. We reached the grey and black school building. It seemed much older than the last time I'd seen it. Why is it black? I said. Hasn't been painted in 5 years. Every year, the rains wreck the plaster even more. I wondered how Stevens managed to keep its walls a perfect reddish brown. The first shift kids had arrived. They played in the fields outside the school. We had 2 classrooms and a common staff room. The staff room had a long table with several chairs. The teachers used the room to rest in during breaks or to check notebooks. Why is it so dark? I said. Power comes at 8, my mother said. The long table had a stack of files and books at 3 corners. Akhtar, Tej and I have a corner each. The empty one is yours, my mother said. She sat down on her end. She lit a candle and opened a file. These windows could be bigger, I said. My mother nodded without looking up. Akhtar, Tej and Tarachand arrived in the next 5 minutes. They folded their hands when they saw me. Please treat me as a new employee, I said to them. Amused, Akhtar and Tej collected their books for class. Tarachand stepped outside the staff room. He rang the brass bell in the corridor. The teachers left for their classes. Tarachand came back and spoke to my mother. SMDC didn't send anyone, he said. Oh no, my mother said. He promised. The officer gave me his word, Taraji. I went to his house, Rani Sabha. He said he tried hard to justify more funds, Tarachand said. We want 1 toilet. How hard is it to justify funds for 1 toilet for 700 children, my mother said. He said most schools in the area manage without one. Why is Rani Sabha fussing? Ask him for half a toilet. Tell him to make 1 for the girls. 1 girl's toilet, Taraji, my mother said. Don't embarrass me, Rani Sabha. I tried. We need money for so many other things too. We need to plaster the roofs, make more rooms and whitewash the building. SMDC said they have nothing. Noises came from the corridor. Kids had assembled outside. Make them sit, please, my mother said. Tarachand stepped out to manage the crowd. The children sat down at one end of the corridor. They faced a wall painted black. My mother held her forehead with her right hand. You okay? I said to her. She nodded. What's SMDC? The School Monitoring and Development Committee. A government body meant to help rural schools. They come, watch and leave. Nobody ever helps anyone. The lights came on. The fan above started to creak. The cool breeze felt wonderful on my sweaty skin. My mother leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, enjoying the fan's breeze. Why are the children sitting in the corridor? I said, disturbing her reverie. Ha. Oh, that is class I, my mother said. The morning shift had classes I to 4. Classes 2, 3 and 4 used the available classrooms. Class I used the corridor as their classroom. I looked outside the staff room. Kids sat on the floor, waiting for my mother. Help me with enrollment. Villagers don't like sending kids to school, my mother said. But Ma, I want to teach as well, I said. There's lots of other work. Dr. Rachandji is hopeless at paperwork. Sounds boring. It's important. I need someone to keep records and lobby with the authorities. I don't have the energy. I took a deep breath and nodded. Like the school, my mother was turning old and weak. Ma, can't we pay for some of these repairs? I said. My mother looked at me. I knew the answer from her expression. I try to give what I can. We hardly have money to repair the Havli. You were studying in Delhi, so I had that expense. Don't have much. I felt guilty. I wondered if I could have served my mother better by accepting that HSBC job. At least I could have sent her a check every month. We manage. Don't worry. I'm happy you're here, my mother said, reading my mind. How? I said. I take no salary. I pay the staff. If something breaks down, I pay for it. Beyond that, it is difficult. The government is supposed to aid us. They don't. What about what we earn from the fees? It's nothing. The fee is 5 rupees a month. Even then, many students don't pay on time. If we are lucky, the fee covers the electricity bill. The noise levels in the corridor increased. A cacophony of conversation, laughter and screaming drowned our conversation. Look at them. Noisy monkeys. I better go, my mother said. She walked out. The difference between 70 kids on their own and 70 kids with a teacher can be immense. In an instant, the class fell silent. I spent the rest of the morning reading all the files and documents related to the school. I quickly realized that running a school of 700 with a staff of 4 is no joke. Okay, start counting in English, my mother shouted outside. 1, 2, 3, the kids chanted in unison. I didn't know whether these kids from the village would ever use their knowledge of English numerals. Still, watching them learn something felt good. It felt better than watching a movie at a Delhi multiplex. It felt better than the posh party at Ria's house. From now on, these kids are my life, I told myself. 17. 6 months later. You promised, Sarpanchji, I said, using a hand fan to cool myself. I had come to his house a third time. Sarpanch Gopi, the man in charge of Amva village, had assured me that every child in his village would come to school. His wife brought us 2 glasses of lukewarm stew, a roasted powder of pulses and lentils mixed in water. I wished it was a little cooler and less sweet, but drank it anyway. The 60-year-old Sarpanch wore a greyish-white turban, matching his clothes. I thought they joined school. We sent 8 children, he said. They stopped coming after a week, so what can I do, Rajkumar Sahib? I tried. You have to tell them to commit to it. School isn't like visiting the village fair. It takes years to get educated. And what do they do with it? Excuse me. It's almost free. Where is the problem? Gopi paused to look at me. He took out a beedi from his pajama pocket and lit it. Time. Their parents would rather the children help in the fields. And what will they do when they grow up? They will grow up only if they have food. They need to work in the fields for that. I fell silent. You can't win over villagers with an argument. You have to listen to what they have to say. The Sarpanch took a deep puff from his beedi. You studied in a big city, he said. Yes. Why? Big city types never get it. Without knowing us, they have all the answers for us. I am from here. You know that, Sarpanchji. I know, Rajkumarji. But what do these poor farmers' kids do with the ABC and 1-2-3 you teach them? What do you mean? A farmer sends his small child to school. Sounds great. But what does the school give him? Education. What is he without education? What will he do if, say, you make him an 8th class pass from Dumron? Will he get a better job? More money? Nothing. It's a useless qualification. Here, he at least helps at home. What is his future? I said, confused about how to convince someone about something as basic as schooling. He has no future. Like his father, he will also work in the fields and try to survive. Schools are for rich people. I hung my head. Don't make the poor dream of having a future, Rajkumarji. The schools you have don't help us get ahead in life. So we don't send our kids there. It's as simple as that. We are not village idiots who don't know better. I nodded. On the one hand, I had to increase enrollments and, on the other hand, I couldn't fault his logic. Anything I can do to help you? I asked as I stood up to leave. His own little grandkid lurked behind him, watching me with curiosity. Help us get water. Kids in the village walk 2 kilometers for it every day. If that ends, we will send them to school. Asterisk. Every politician's office always has people waiting outside. On a per capita basis, netters meet more people than anyone in any other profession on earth. MLA Ajar's homecome office was packed. Groups of villagers sat outside on the veranda, each with a set of complaints or demands. Pankaj, the MLA's secretary, offered to push me ahead in the queue. I declined. I had little interest in my entitlements as a fake prince. The villagers waited silently. There is something about people with no hope for a better future in life. You can identify them from their expression. Most of all, it is in their eyes, which don't sparkle anymore. They aren't sad eyes. They are resigned eyes. The villagers had accepted that life would be what happened to them, not what they made of it. After all, this was rural Bihar. You can't decide one day to work hard and make it big in life. Nobody will let you. You have ramshackle schools that teach you how to read and write, but not help you make it in life. Even if you did educate yourself, you would find no jobs. What is the point of dreaming big? It is better to sit, wait and retire from life. What have you come here for? I asked one of the village elders. Power. We get it 1 hour a day in our village, base dipper. Not enough to pump water. We want to ask for 2 more hours. That's it. The man wanted 3 hours of power in 24 hours. And even for that he had to wait to meet his leaders with folded hands. There must be millions of Indians like this, I thought. A lot more than those who attend sushi parties on Aurangzeb Road, for instance. I waved a bunch of flies away. Pankaj came up to me. Come, Ajay sir doesn't like it that you're waiting outside, Pankaj said. I'm fine, really, I said. Ajay came out of his office. You're sitting on the floor, he said, surprised. Like everyone else, I said. He looked around. Enough now, just come in, Madhavji, he said. We sat in the MLA's living room. His wife brought me orange juice. You should have just walked in, he said. I didn't want the villagers to think you give me preferential treatment, I said. Now the villagers will say that I made the Prince of Dumron sit on the floor. Trust me, they care more about class than fairness. Anyway, what brings you here? I need help for my school. And some hand pumps for the nearby villages. Your school, I can understand, Ajay said as he raised his eyebrows just a little, but hand pumps for villages. Yes. In Amva. You're turning into a social worker. Or entering politics. None of those. The kids are not allowed to go to school. They have to walk 2 kilometers to fill water. More hand pumps in villages, more enrollment in my school. The MLA said as he finished his glass of orange juice. Thank God. He burst into laughter. I sat there, puzzled. If you join politics, my job is in danger, he guffawed. Don't worry, I will not. Also, my school needs help. I know. Your mother told me. It needs repairs worth lakhs. Unfortunately, it is not a government-run school. But it is the only option for our kids. You want something to eat? My wife made pakoras. I shook my head. If you could help with the school, I said, as he interrupted me. Rajkumarji. Madhav. Please call me Madhav. Okay. Madhavji. See, my MLA funds are limited. I have to repair roads, fix power and install hand pumps. In fact, I have already run out. How about the State Education Ministry? Ajay laughed. His laugh gave away the answer. It's Bihar. You should know, he said. So you can't do anything. You want a personal donation from me? I am a humble government servant, he said. No, that is not what I came for. I felt the local government should support the only proper school in the area. Parents of these kids vote for you. They do. However, they also have other, more important issues they want me to focus on. I stood up to leave. You sure you don't want to try the pakoras? Asterisk, an angry Rani Sabha is not a pretty sight. I sat at the dining table, eating pilau and raita for dinner. Sit, I said. Stand up, she said, her voice calm, too calm, in fact. I flicked the rice from my fingers and stood up. What happened? I said. I'm allowing you to help out in the school. It doesn't mean you tin whatever you want. What did I do? I said. You went to meet that arrogant MLA without telling me. I thought he might help. We can't run the school without toilets forever. Him. He wants the royal family to look bad. Why? How else will he look good? I kept quiet. Sit, my mother said. We both sat down, facing each other at the dining table. The huge dining-cum-living room was eerily silent as she spooned some rice onto her plate. What did he say, anyway? She said. He said he had no money left from his fund. Because he ate it all up, my mother said. Sometimes I wish I had not declined the ticket. What ticket? His party had asked me to contest last time. Why do you think Ajay is so insecure about our family? Contest elections. You didn't tell me. Well, my mother said I wasn't interested. And did you have time in Delhi to listen to your mother? I was studying, ma, or playing basketball. The mention of basketball, without any warning, made me go blank. But you never really listened to me even when you called. Wonder what kept you so distracted there, no girl and all, no. I kept quiet. Was there, she said and laughed. Can't imagine you having a girlfriend. Pass me the rater, I said. Say, no, if there was someone. I shook my head. What? Nobody. You sure? Why have you become all quiet, my mother said. I miss the game. You mentioned basketball. I haven't played in a long time. So go play. Go to Raj High School, people still play there. I nodded. In fact, my mother said you could even. She turned silent mid-sentence. Even what? Nothing. Say it. Was going to say you could even teach the kids at school. But we don't have a court. Or the money for it, I said, my voice irritated. So I didn't mention it. Anyway, you go play. It'll clear your head. My head is fine. See how you talk to your mother. If your head was fine, you wouldn't have gone to the MLA. I just wanted to help. Enough. Eat your food. My mother still treated me as if I was 10 years old. The funny thing was, I let her. 18. I reached the Raj High School playground at 6 in the evening. I saw a few teenage students on court. We smiled as we acknowledged each other. I asked for the ball. A student passed it to me. I was touching the dusty and dotted rubber texture of the ball after ages. I took a shot. The soft sound of the ball going through the net without ouching the ring told me I still had it in me. A few students clapped. "Where's St. Stephen's?" one boy said. He had noticed my college t-shirt. I looked at the boy. He seemed clueless about my fancy college. I had been like him not too long ago. I told him about my alma mater. "English college," he said. "Completely. That too high-class English," I said and laughed. "I will never make it. I entered through the sports quota. Maybe you can too." I dribbled the ball. The thumping sound matched my heartbeat. "I'm not that good," he said. I threw the ball at him. He caught it reflexively. "Let's see. I'm Madhav, by the way." "Path," he said and dribbled the ball. I tackled him as he ran across the court. He was good, but not experienced. It took me 20 seconds to take the ball back from him. I took a shot even though the ring was quite far. I missed. Path collected the ball and took a shot. He scored. I high-fived him. The last of the sunlight fell on the court. It cast long shadows of the already tail players. I stared at the darting shadows, unable to focus on the game. "What?" Path said. He had scored another basket. "Nothing," I said, blinking rapidly. He passed me the ball. I caught it by habit, still lost in thought. I wondered if they had basketball courts in London. I was pretty sure they did. I wondered if she still played. And if she did she think of me? "Shoot," Path said. I threw the ball. It not only missed the basket, but also the entire frame. My laziest and worst shot ever. Path looked at me, shocked. "What level did you play, Bhaiya?" Path said. His hopes of joining Stevens went up. If someone as sloppy as me could get in through sports quota, so could he. I smiled at him. I ran across to pick the ball. I took a shot. I missed again. I passed the ball back to Path. "I guess I'm not much of a player anymore," one said. "Should I call my other friends? We can play a game." I shook my head. "I'll just bring down your level," LL said and left the court. Asterisk. Why has the MLA called us? This can't be good, my mother said. Let's find out. Why are you getting so stressed? My mother and I walked from our house to MLA Ajar's residence. Useless fellow, Ma said. Sure, we're here, I said as we entered the compound of Ajar's bungalow. Asterisk. A freshly shaved Ajar in a sparkling white kurta pajama received us with folded hands. What an honor, Rani Sabha, he said, beaming. You ordered us to come. What choice do we have, Ajarji, my mother said. It was a humble request, Rani Sabha, Ajar said. We followed him to his huge living room and took our seats on red velvet solas with huge gold embroidered flowers. His dutiful wife, her head covered, arrived with a tray of water and juice. My mother took the tray from her. Mrs. Ajar touched my mother's feet. Bless you, Kazam, my mother said. Kazam scurried back into the kitchen and brought back a tray of snacks comprising laddus, kaju kadi, bhujia and almonds. Please don't be formal, my mother said. Ajar sat on the sofa across us, a fixed grin on his face. Rajkumarji came to me for assistance. I'm sorry, but I explained my helplessness, he said. We understand, my mother said. Well, I have a proposal. You can help me. In return, maybe something can be done for the school. Is it legal, my mother said. Ajar laughed hard. His plate shook in his hands. Nothing like that at all. In fact, a chance to make Dumron and your school proud. Mother and I waited. Ajar put his plate down frankly. It's a big headache for me. I need your help as I'm stuck. What's the matter, my mother said. Have you heard of Bill Gates? Bill Gates? No. Is it a place, my mother said. No, a person. Some Vaishi who makes computers or something. Mr. Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft. They make computer software, I said. My mother and Ajar looked at me as if I were a genius. You know this person, my mother said. The richest guy on earth, I said. Yes, that's what I have heard. He has lots of money, Ajar said. $60 billion, I said. How much? Ajar said. 2,40,000 crore rupees, I said. Ajar's eyebrows went up an inch. What, my mother said. So much. And how do you know all this? Read it in a magazine. It's common knowledge, Ma, I said. Mr. Ajar. You were saying, my mother said. Well, this Gates is coming to India, to Bihar, in fact. Has he gone mad? He makes so much money so he can come visit Bihar, she said. Ajay laughed. I don't know much, Rani Sabha. He has some NGO. They are bringing him here. Why? Maybe he will see the interiors of Bihar and feel richer. My mother and Ajay laughed. Ajay left the room and came back with a letter. He handed it to me. The letter had come from the State Ministry of Rural Welfare, to all MLAs/district collectors/DCPs. The State Ministry of Rural Welfare is pleased to inform that eminent entrepreneur and philanthropist Mr. Bill Gates will be visiting Bihar along with delegates from the Gates Foundation from the 15th of April to 22 April 2009. The state government would like to extend its support to his team. In that regard, request your good offices to provide all cooperation as needed. Suggestions for places Mr. Gates could visit or any events he could grace as chief guest on his week-long trip to Bihar are welcome and encouraged. Please contact the relevant officials in the Rural Welfare Ministry with any queries or suggestions. Signed. Banwale, Minister for Rural Welfare, State Government of Bihar. The other side of the page carried the Hindi translation of the same letter. So how can we help you? My mother said, after reading it herself. Rani Sabha, if Bill Gates comes here, my constituency will be in the news. Will be good for Dumron. You will get press coverage. The minister will give you a pat on the back. Say that, Ajaji, my mother said. He couldn't suppress a smile. Well, that too he said, but ultimately it is good for our town. My mother knew the political game. Ajay wanted a Lok Sabha ticket in the next election. He had to do things to get noticed. What exactly would you like us to do? I said, organize a school function. Invite him as the chief guest. Through me, of course. I'll ask the ministry to put the school visit on his agenda. No. Ma threw up her hands in the air. What, Rani Sabha? Ajay said. I can barely run the school. I don't have the resources to organize a function. Who will pay for the arrangements? We will, Ajay said promptly. I will pay for the function. I thought you didn't have any funds, I said. The MLA looked at me. See, son, I am trying to help you. But there has to be something in it for me. So you pay for the function. People come, attend and leave. What do we get in return? I said. Your school's name will be in every paper, he said. We don't need publicity, we need toilets, I said. We will arrange some makeshift toilets for the day. Exactly. You are only interested in that day. What about us after that? My mother stood up to leave. We will whitewash the school for you, Ajay said. I looked at my mother. Perhaps there was something here. Toilets. I said. Over there, Ajay said, pointed to a door in the right corner. No, I don't want to use the toilet. I meant, what about the school toilets? That's a big project. The school doesn't have plumbing. Everything needs to be done from scratch. Too expensive and too little time to do that. That is what we need. Toilets, electricity and a new roof, my mother said. For just one function I can't justify so much. I will whitewash the school, make all the arrangements for the function. Sorry, MLAG, my mother said. We walked out of the house. The MLA called me aside. Think about it, he whispered in my ear. Rani Sabha never trusts me. But you know how important this Gates is. A lot of important people will come. I walked up to my mother. Let's do it, I said. Who'll do all the work? She said. I will. Don't you want a whitewash? She looked at me. Please, Ma. She gave a brief nod. Okay. I said. This is the first time I've seen a sparkle in your eye since you came back. So yes, okay. I gave Ajay a thumbs up. 19. I prepared a proposal for Ajay as per his directions. We proposed Bill Gates make a visit to a self-run, not-for-profit school. We would celebrate the annual day of the Dumron Royal School with Mr. Gates as chief guest. The MLA forwarded the proposal to the Rural Ministry. They have 90 requests, Ajay said, and he can only visit 10 places during his trip. So they will shortlist and let us know. I didn't realize there would be so much competition, I said, surprised. I'm going to Patna tomorrow. Come with me and I'll introduce you to the ministry people. You can persuade them. I accompanied the MLA in his Lal Bati car on the 3-hour ride to Patna. We reached the state government offices. I met Mr. Shyam Kaushal, a middle-aged official in the Rural Welfare Ministry, in his dusty office. He wore a grey safari suit that I think all government employees get free with their offer letters. Headache. This whole Gates trip is a headache, he said, and held his head. He showed me the file of requests. Alongside, another fat file contained press requests for interviews, communication with the foundation and papers on various official government functions being planned. Why do we go crazy over these white guys visiting India? Mr. Kaushal said. Because of this white guy, my school will get a whitewash, I said. Do you speak good English? He said. Because they will call you many times. I manage, I said. Manage means what? When he comes, who will talk to him? I will. What will he see in your annual day? It's a Hindi medium school. The entire program will be in Hindi, right? I kept quiet. See. He opened the file. There is this school in Patna that really wants him. They will do a skit in English for him. About the invention of computers and the role of Microsoft. I saw the request. It had come from the Delhi Public School in Patna. This is an English medium school. He can find this anywhere. What's so Bihari about it? I said. Well, it is convenient. We can take him to DPS straight from Patna airport. Mr. Kaushal, I think Mr. Gates wants to see the real Bihar. The posh English school you will take him to means nothing. So what to do? Bring him to Dumron Royal. Don't worry, we will do a dance or something without words. Mr. Shyam Kaushal remained hesitant. Government employees are the lowest risk takers on earth. Finally, he shook his head. Something needs to be there in English. His team has told us they want Mr. Gates to engage with the event. Okay, we'll do something in English. What? I'll figure it out, I said. A knock on the door startled us. MLA Ajal came in. Mr. Kaushal stood up automatically. Government employees have a servile switch in their brains. It makes them grovel in the presence of netters. Listen to us poor Dumron people at least once, Kaushalji Ajal said. Mr. Kaushal folded his hands. Trying, Ajal Sahib. Goras want to see the real Bihar but in English. I'm going crazy. Ajal slapped my back. Rajkumarji went to the best English college in India. He will handle them well. I smiled. I did go to the best English college, but my English still, well, sucked. Asterisk my cell phone rang in the middle of a maths class. The call came from an unknown number. The class 3 students looked at me. I held a chalk in one hand and the phone in the other. I cut the call and continued to teach. 23 multiplied by 12 LL wrote on the squeaky blackboard. The phone rang again. Do this sum, I'll be right back, I said and stepped out of class. Is this Mr. Madhavji? Asked a female voice in an unfamiliar accent when I picked up the call. Yes, I said. This is Samantha Myers from the Bill Gates Foundation, calling from New Delhi. What? I said. I tried to figure out her words despite the strange accent. Hello. Myself Madhav. What can I do for you? I kicked myself for saying myself Madhav. I am part of Mr. Gates's advance party. We would like to inspect your school before we decide our itinerary. She spoke so fast I couldn't understand most of what she said. Yes, Mr. Bill Gates. Is he coming? I had not had any update since my visit to Patna a week ago. Well, I need to visit you first. Asterisk your school is, Samantha paused as she hunted for the right word. Not in great condition. I said. I had taken her on a school tour. The plaster was coming off the walls. The noise of kids repeating mathematical tables drowned out our conversation. Students peeped out of classroom windows. They stared at the alien creature with golden hair and white skin. No, I wanted to say quaint. Quaint. I said. I didn't understand the word. Different. Different in a charming sort of way. I failed to understand the charm of a school with leaky roofs and furniture that was falling apart. White people think differently, I guess. We came to the staff room. She greeted my mother and the other teachers. Tarachandji brought us 2 cups of tea. Samantha noticed the damp walls. We will whitewash everything. The local government has assured us, I said. Yeah, that is fine. Can we sit outside? I'd love to get some sun, Samantha said. We walked out, carrying a classroom chair each. We sat in the fields facing the school entrance. The February sun felt warm. It made Samantha's golden hair shine even more. She was pretty. Why had she left the comforts of her own country to roam dusty villages in India? This is gorgeous, she said, looking at the rice crops sway in the air. Mr. Gates will like it. We can arrange the annual day function in the fields. Oh, I'm sure he will. We're a little short on funds. But we will do our best to put up a good show. Sure. Are there enough toilets for the dignitaries? Well, I said, wondering what to say. In some ways, the entire field was available as a toilet. Western-style toilets, I meant. Samantha laughed. Most of the delegation is from the US. We will have temporary ones put up, I said. You don't have them at the school. I looked at her. She seemed more curious than judgmental. I decided to be honest. We are a poor school. We don't have the money to do many things. We are doing this to get noticed so some government officials might help us. Samantha frowned. We will, however, I said, do a good show. The local MLA is with us. I believe you will. Since you mentioned lack of funds, would you like to be considered for our grants program? Samantha said. What's that? Our foundation gives grants, or a sum of money, to deserving social projects. We had you as a tourist stop for Mr. Gates, but you are doing social service, too. Well, it is service for us. My mother has given her entire life to this school. Even I turned down job offers to come here. Great. You can make a pitch for that, too. Pitch. The grants program is highly competitive. We get a lot of wonderful proposals, but give funding to only a few. What do I need to do? Ideally, you need to submit a proposal and make a presentation to the selection panel. However, there's no panel meeting expected anytime in the near future. Then, Samantha paused to think. Please, Miss Samantha, I really need money to my school. You have seen the condition it is in. Samantha finally spoke. Here's what I suggest. Make a good speech to the visiting delegation. Mr. Gates himself will be present. If he and the delegation like what you say, they may grant you something on the spot. Really. If you can say something inspiring, a pitch that comes across as genuine, a small grant might be possible. What's a small grant? $20,000. Maybe more. But like I said, it may not work. I let out a huge breath. 8 lakhs could transform my school. A speech, eh? I said. Yes, not too preachy, not salesy, just from the heart. How long? 5 to 10 minutes. In English, of course. What? I said and jumped up from my chair. My sudden movement caused her to spill her tea. Sorry. Everything okay? Samantha said. I sat back down. English? Yes. But we are speaking in English. I can barely talk to you. Addressing a US delegation in English in front of an audience. I can't. Well, we could have translators. But I'm afraid that just doesn't have the same effect. We finished tea. She called her driver. Kids continued to stare from the classroom windows at the white princess in her white Innova. My English is terrible, I said to her. She got into the car. It's completely your choice. The driver started the car. I continued to stare into Samantha's grey eyes. So, she said. I'll do it, I said and inhaled deeply. I will make a speech in English. My heartbeat was louder than the car's engine. Nice. Look forward to it. See you in April, she said coolly. The car zoomed off. I stood still, wondering why on earth I had agreed to give a speech to the richest man on the planet. 20. Speech, my mother said. In English. To Goras. Have you gone mad? The state of the school has driven me mad. She sat up on her rickety chair, her eyebrows high. She rested her elbows on the table, her fingers entwined. Whatever it is my school. If you don't like it, leave. Don't be dramatic, Ma. I like it, so I'm doing all this. First, I have no idea who this Gates is or what he does to make so much money. Next, he is coming to my school with a Polton. Now you have to give a speech. He makes software. Like soft clothes. So much money from that. No, computer software. Like Windows. Gates. What is he? A furniture dealer. Forget it, Ma, I have to practice my English speech. Good luck. She slid a stack of students' notebooks towards herself. She opened one and started to correct it. I want you to help me. She looked up. How? I don't speak English. Barely understand it. Please let me know if I sound okay. I stood up straight. I pretended I had a mic in my hand. How will I know if you said it right? Ma said, imagine yourself in the audience. See if I come across as confident and intelligent. She giggled, shushed her and began my speech. As I didn't know English well then, this is what I came up with. Good morning, Mr. Bill Gates, Miss Samantha and guests. I, Madhav, welcoming you all to the BIHA, my school doing excellent coaching of children, farmers' children, poor children, small children. I couldn't think of what to say next, so I referred to various kinds of children. I continued, boy children, girl children, and many, many children. I heard my mother snigger. What? I said, who are all these children? If scratched my head. Anyway, I continued. My school needing toilet as nobody able to toileting. When toilet time corning. My mother burst out laughing. Now it's toilet, she said. I gave her a dirty look. Please go on, she said, enjoying herself. I threw up my hands in the air. I'm useless. What have I taken on? I went into panic mode. I was going to turn myself into a joke. Can you say no? My mother said. I can. Maybe I should. Should I? My mother shrugged. I sat down next to her. I will tell them I can't do it. They can take me off the grants program. Quitting, eh? She said. You laughed at me. Now you are calling me a quitter. I only laughed at your current speech. You can learn to give a better one. How? How much time do you have? 2 months. So learn English. I didn't learn it properly in 3 years at St. Stephen's. How can I do it in 2 months? We don't quit, Madhav. It's not in the J family's genes. Meaning we may lose everything, but we don't quit. That's what your uncles did, at the gambling table or in business. Being bankrupt is okay, but quitting is not. So what do I do? You work that out. I have to take a class. My mother collected her notebooks and left. Half an hour later, I stomped into her classroom. The students looked up at me. Don't barge in when class is on. Wait outside, she said, and shooed me out. She came out when the period ended. I'm going for it, I said. Good, my mother said. But next time, knock. I want to join English classes. In Patna. Patna. There's nothing good in Dumron. That's true. But how? I'll commute. Weekdays here and Patna on the weekends. Is that okay? Where will you stay in Patna? I'll find some place. We have relatives. Your chachi stays there. She is one weird woman, though. I'll find a guest house. Let me look for good classes there. Come here. My mother gave me a tight hug. Just stay happy, all right, she said. Do what you have to, but don't be a grumpy man like your father. Thank you, Ma, I said. Welcome, English boy. 21. 6,000 for 3 months. He pushed a brochure towards me. I had come to Patna's Pride English Learning Center on Boring Road. Shachif, the thin, almost malnourished owner of Patna's Pride, explained the various courses to me. He wore a purple shirt. Sunglasses hung out of his front pocket. We teaching for 5 years. Good English. Personality development, interview preparing, everything people learning here. I was no expert in English, but I could still tell there was something wrong with what he had said. One too many ings. I have to give a speech. To an important audience I spoke in Hindi, to explain my situation better, no problem. Speech okay, Shachif said. What qualification you having? Graduate. Good. Local. Delhi. Street, Stevens. The name didn't register. He nodded out of courtesy. He rummaged in a drawer, took out an admission form and handed it to me. I wondered if LL should pay up or check out other classes. He sensed my hesitation. Sir, we will make you top class. Multinational company English. I only have 2 months, I said. I need fast results. We arrange private classes for you. Extra 500 per class. 500. Okay, 400. I shook my head. 300. Please. Good deal, he said. I filled up the form and paid him in advance for the first month. In addition, I signed up for private classes every Saturday and Sunday. I left Patna's Pride and took an auto to a road outside the railway station, full of guest houses. I finally struck a weekends-only deal with a small hotel called Nest, provided I didn't ask for a receipt. 10 minutes into my first class at Patna Pride, I had a sinking feeling. This wouldn't work. I shared the classroom with 15 other students, mostly around my age and all men. The teacher asked us to call him Verma sir. Say how, Verma sir said, asking the class to repeat the word. How? The response came in 10 different accents. The word sounded like ho or ho or ho. R.U. Verma sir said, how are you? The class repeated the words with a Bihari twist. Confidence, Verma sir said, is the secret. It is the key difference in coming across as high-class English or low-class. You have to sound right, too. This is a foreign language. Not Bhojpuri. So the sounds are different. He turned to a student called Amit. Why are you here, Amir? To learn English, Sir, Amit said. What kind of English? Top-class English. With big vocabulary. Relax, Verma sir said. Forget big vocabulary in my class, sir. Amit said, confused. Verma sir turned and addressed the whole class. Students, all you have to learn is simple, confident English. Don't be scared of people who use big words. These are elitists. They want to scare you with their big words and deny you an entry into the world of English. Don't fall into their trap. Okay. Everyone nodded, irrespective of whether they understood Mr. Verma or not. Anyway, let's get back to how are you, he said. Verma sir explained the or sound in the word hue and that it did not exist in Hindi. Like cow, it is not cau, it is a mix of a and o together. The class struggled to utter the simple word. I bet the British would have struggled just as hard if they tried to speak Bhojpuri. If the Industrial Revolution had taken place here, there would be Indian ex-colonies around the world. White men would have had to learn Hindi to get a decent job. White teachers would tell white men how to say cow in Hindi with a perfect accent. Verma sir interrupted my Desi invasion daydream. Yes, what is your name? Madhav, Madhavji, sir. Okay, Madhav, repeat after me. I am fine, thank you. I am fine, thank you, I said. Good, he said. After 3 years at Stevens, LL wasn't that hopeless. I could repeat simple phrases. I wanted him to teach me how to give a speech. Meanwhile, he moved on and corrected another student. Far in. Not vain. Please open your mouth more. Asterisk I spent the weekend in Patna. Apart from attending the classes, I bought a book on confident public speaking from the Patna railway station. I ate puri aloo from a platform stall. The book recommended practicing English with random strangers, so one would feel less ashamed if one made a mistake. Excuse me, sir. Would you be kind enough to tell me if this is the platform for the Kolkata Rajdhani Express? I practiced this sentence on the station platform 10 times. In many cases, the passengers didn't understand me. I moved towards the AC compartments. Rich people usually know English. I'm not sure. I suggest you ask the TC, said one bespectacled man. Was my English correct? I said. Ha, he looked at me, surprised. I explained my attempts at English practice. He patted my back. You did fine, he said. I'm trying, I said. Your English is so good. What do you do? I'm in software sales. I'm Sudha. He extended his hand. I'm Madhav, I said. All the best, Madhav, he said. Asterisk private classes seemed much better at Patna's Pride. I explained my situation to Verma sir. I see, he said. He stroked his chin stubble. Not only do you have to learn correct English, you have to also learn to deliver a public speech exactly, sir. I am so nervous. But you do know some English. You graduated English medium, right? I wanted to tell him I didn't just graduate English medium, graduated from a place where even the grass grows in English. I switched to Hindi to explain myself. Sir, I can put a sentence together in English. But all my effort goes into remembering the right words. I can't think of what I'm saying. I understand. Verma sir said. When you don't know the language well, you are self-conscious. It shows in your confidence level. It affects your personality. Not good for job interviews. Sir, this isn't just a job interview. This is about the future of my school and the students who study there. I showed Verma sir the book I had brought from the railway station. He shook his head. No, not this. You don't learn how to become a confident English speaker from books found at a railway station. Else the whole country would be by now. Please help me, sir, I said. Verma sir became silent. Why are you quiet? I asked, worried his silence meant I was a hopeless case. Well, he said. I'm wondering how to go about this. Should I quit? I said. He shrugged. My heart sank. Give it a few weeks. We can decide then. Now stand up and speak your fears out loud. Fears? Yes, open up and face them. In English. I stood in front of the empty classroom. Verma sir took one of the students' seats. Hi, I am Madhavji, and I have a fear of speaking in English. Good. And I have a fear that my school will not manage itself and close down. Go on. One more fear. I have a fear that I will never be able to get over someone I loved deeply. 22. I returned to Dumron after my Patna weekend and resumed duties at the school. I also coordinated with MLA Ajar's office for the whitewash. Later in the week I sat with a paint contractor in the staff room. My phone buzzed. Madhav. Hi, this is Samantha from the foundation. How are you, Samantha? I said, pronouncing the words just right, as Verma sir would have liked. I am great. How are the preparations going? We are working on it, I said slowly. Super. Listen, 2 of my colleagues are in Patna later this week. I think you should meet them. I tried hard to understand Samantha's words, given their breakneck speed. Meet whom? My seniors from the New York office. They have a say in grants. You should network with them. Network. English is hard enough to decode, but when these Americans speak it, it is impossible. Get to know them. Can you come? I am in Patna on weekends anyway. How about Saturday then? We have field visits later, but you can meet us for breakfast. Sure, I said. We will be at the Chanakya Hotel. 8 o'clock. 8 is fine. See you on Saturday, she said and hung up. The paint contractor looked at me in awe. I had managed an entire conversation in English. What? I said to him. He shook his head and took out the shade card. Asterisk, I entered the Chamkva lobby at 7:47 a.m. I mentioned the exact time because it changed my life. A minute earlier or later and things would have been different. Samantha and her colleagues entered the hotel lobby at 7:51. This is Chris and that's Rachel. Samantha.aid. I shook hands with the NEB. Who wanted to help the poor? Breakfast. Samantha said. We entered the hotel coffee shop at 7:55. The breakfast buffet consisted of over 20 dishes. I loaded my plate with toast, porridge, fruit, paranthas, pahar and idlis. I ordered a masala dosa at the live cooking counter. Madhav here runs a village school, Samantha said. She nibbled at her jam and butter toast. You look really young, Chris said, opening a bottle of mineral water. It's my mother's school. I help out, I said. I told them about the Dumron Royal School. 700 children, negligible fee, no state support. Amazing, Chris said. I saw the school. The staff and owners are really dedicated. It's sad they don't have basic facilities or the funds to grow, Samantha said. My American friends ate little, the buffet was wasted on them. I refilled my plate thrice. I wanted to eat enough so I didn't need food the entire day. We finished breakfast at 8:27 a.m. We better get going. Our project is in Munga. 4 hours away, Samantha said. You mean Munja? I said. Hey, sorry, I murder the names of places here, Samantha giggled. I have murdered English all my life, I wanted to say. We stood up to leave. Samantha and Rachel collected their handbags. Chris called the driver. I looked around. I wondered if I should have eaten some more. That was when I spotted a tall girl, her back to me, at the other end of the coffee shop. Her long hair came down to her waist. She wore a mustard salwar kameez. If she wasn't tall, I wouldn't have noticed her. If we had started breakfast a few minutes later, I would still be eating and wouldn't have noticed her. It had to be just that moment. At 8:29 a.m., when I stood up to leave, was exactly when she had stood up to leave as well. She picked some files from her table. Lovely meeting you, Madhav. Chris said. He extended his hand. I nodded, my eyes still on the girl, as I shook hands with him. All okay? Chris said. He turned his head to see what had distracted me. Ha. Yeah, I am fine, I said, my eyes still on the other end of the room. She turned towards the exit. The waiter followed her to get a bill signed. She stopped and turned towards the waiter. I saw her face for half a second. Yes, it was her. Ria Samani, I said. Who? Chris said. Samantha and Rachel turned towards her, too. Before any of us could react, Ria had left the restaurant. Is she someone famous? Rachel said. Excuse me, I need to go, I said. My fingers trembled as I shook Samantha's hand. Have a good trip to Munja, I said. We'll see you soon in Dumron, Samantha said, her voice cheerful. Yeah, I said absently. I walked towards the door. I wanted to run towards it, but I didn't want to create a scene. I came to the lobby, but there was no sign of her. Did I hallucinate? I asked myself. No, I had seen her. The walk, the gait, the face, there is only one Ria. I rushed to the foyer and just about saw her leave in an Innova. She had sunglasses on. The car windows were rolled up. Can I help you, sir? A young hotel staff member at the concierge desk asked me. The lady who left just now. You saw her? Mustard salwar kameez. Yes. Where did she go? We don't know, sir. It's a private taxi. Will she be back? Not sure, sir. Sorry. Is there a problem, sir? I shook my head. I walked back into the hotel, wondering what to do next. I went to the coffee shop again and found the waiter. You just gave a bill to a lady. Yes, sir. She might be an old friend of mine. Can I see it? The waiter looked at me with suspicion. I was just here with the foreigners. We sat there, I said, pointing to our table. If you are seen hanging out with white guys, people assume you are not a bad person. The waiter went to the cash counter. He brought back the bill. I saw her signature. Yes, I had bumped into Ria Samani, after all. 231. The waiter said she signed the bill to her room. She is staying here? I said. Of course, the waiter said. He looked at me as if I was a certified idiot. I heaved a sigh of relief. I came to the reception and inquired about a guest named Ria in 231. Yes, it is a company booking. She is here for a week. When will she come back? Can't say, sir. If you leave your name and number, we can ask her to contact you. I wasn't sure if Ria would do that. If I had to meet her, I had no choice but to wait. I decided to skip my English classes. I sat in the lobby, my eyes fixed on the entrance. I waited for 12 hours. I didn't allow myself to use the bathroom lest I miss her again. I didn't eat food or drink water all day either. My eyes scanned every car arriving at the hotel. At 7 in the evening, Samantha, Chris and Rachel returned from their trip. Their faces had turned black with Bihar's dust. They looked exhausted. Madhav. Samantha said, surprised. Oh, hi, I said, pretending to be equally astonished. I came for another meeting. At Shanakia itself. Samantha said. I nodded. Chris said he needed a shower or he would die. They left me in the lobby and went up to their rooms. At 8:30 p.m., an Innova pulled into the front porch. Ria stepped out of it. My heart started to play hopscotch. A part of me wanted to run away. It shuddered at the thought of facing her. Another part had made me sit here without a break for 12 hours. She didn't notice me. She went up to the reception. 231, please, she said. The receptionist turned towards the key rack. I walked up to the reception. Excuse me, which way is the coffee shop? I said. I had to make it seem like she saw me first. That's Ria. She had to find me. If I found her, she might just run away. Oh my God, Ria said. Madhavjo. Ria. Ria Samani, right? I said. Wow, you have difficulty recollecting my name, Madhavjo. Ria Samani, I said, giving up our pretense of indifference. The receptionist seemed surprised at the happy coincidence right at her counter. Ria took her keys and we stepped away from the counter. What are you doing here, she said. Wow, I still can't get over it. Madhavjo. I am a Bihari. This is Patna. My hometown is not far away. I should ask you what you are doing here. Work. My company sent me. Work. Yeah, you didn't think I could work. Ria said. No, nothing like that. What kind of work? You moved to London, right? Ria looked around the hotel lobby. Let's talk properly, she said. You had dinner. No, hungry. I could have eaten the flowers in the lobby at this point. A little bit, I said. Let's go to the coffee shop. Okay, but can I use the toilet first? I said. Asterisk, we entered the coffee shop. The waiter from the morning was still on duty. He gave me an all-knowing smile. I smiled back. You found madam, he said. Us, I thought. What? Rare said. Nothing. Yes, for me and madam. Table for two, please. 23. We sat at a corner table and had our first meal together in 3 years. The effect some people's mere presence can have on you is indescribable. Everything on offer in the rather ordinary evening buffet tasted divine. The salty tomato soup was the best I had ever had. The matar paneer tasted like an award-winning chef had made it. The lights from the traffic jam visible outside the window looked like fireflies. I kept silent, worried I would say something stupid to upset her or, worse, make her run away. You've become so quiet, she said. Nothing like that, I said. I looked at her. She looked, if possible, even more stunning than she had been in college. So tell me, what have you been up to, she said. Over the next 10 minutes, I told her about my life since college. You run a school. And Bill Gates is visiting it, she said. Well. He's visiting many places. Come on, don't be modest. You are doing something so different from the rest of our batchmates. I'm a misfit, I guess. Who leaves HSBC to come to Dumron? I said. Cool people, Ria said. Our eyes met. I tried to read her, considering she had said so little about herself. I couldn't find anything too different, apart from a touch of maturity. I wanted to ask her about her past few years. However, I wouldn't push it. How's Rohan? I said. You remember his name? So what was that? Ria Samani, right? Business in the lobby. I smiled. She had caught me red-handed. Rohan should be fine, she said. Should be? I don't know. He must be. Rohan is your husband, right? She became quiet. You want anything sweet? They have kulfi and gulab jamun, I said, desperate to change the topic. We got divorced, she said in a calm voice, as if she had expressed her sweet dish preference. I didn't have anything to say. Apart from shock, I felt a warm tingle at the back of my neck. Had I just felt happy at what she said? I clenched my teeth. I didn't want my smile to leak out. Oh my God, that is the best news I have heard in years, a cheerful voice spoke inside my head. Even my soul jumped about in excitement. I tried to look as serious as possible. That's terrible, I said at last. She nodded. Sweet dish, I said in a soft voice. Well, the occasion did deserve something sweet. She shook her head. She looked upset, on the verge of tears. I wanted to touch her hand, but I restrained myself. What happened? I said, my tone as genuine as possible. I don't want to talk about it. I nodded. Typical Ria, I thought. Can we talk about something else, please, she said. Yeah, sure. What? Anything. You want kulfi? I said. No, Madhav, I don't want kulfi. Or anything else to eat. Can you talk about something else, please? I thought I had talked about something else. Doesn't the topic of kulfi count as something else? Well, who can argue with girls? How long are you in Patna for? I said. My job is here. I have to find a place to live, actually. Really? Which company do you work for? Nestle. I am in sales, for their yogurt brand. Ah, I said. What? She said. Nothing. In case you're wondering what the hell I'm doing selling yogurt in Patna, well, it's hard for a college dropout to find a job, isn't it? Especially when the dropout wants to work on her own and not with her rich dad. I wasn't wondering about that at all, I said. I really didn't care why she was in Patna, I was only delirious with joy she was in Patna. Anyway, she said, when do you go back to Dumron? You remember Dumron? I said smilingly. How can I forget the only prince I have ever known and his kingdom? She picked up a spoon and took a bite of my kulfi. I thought she didn't want anything sweet. Why do girls always do the opposite of what they say they want to do? She took more bites of the kulfi and ended up eating more of it than me. Do you remember anything else, Ria? Like what? Us. She looked at me. Madhav, yes. I've changed, Madhav, she said. In college I was an immature, overprotected, idiotic 18-year-old with no clue about life. We were all young back then, I said, jumping to her defense. I am sorry, because I know I hurt you. The last 2 years have taught me a lot. Her unexpected apology startled me. I realized that I could be in love with this Ria even more than the previous one. What actually happened? I'd rather not talk about it. At least, not now. I clucked impatiently. What? She said. Nothing. This is so you. The freezing up. I do know you, Ria, even if it was in the past. If you know me, why do you push? Who pushed? I met you after years, so asked you. However, I have no right to anymore. So, sorry, madam. I became silent. Don't be like that, she said. I looked away and spoke again. You shoved a wedding card in my hand and disappeared. I ran into you after years and I shouldn't ask you what happened. You should. That is what I did. Fine, I'm sorry. And I've already apologized for the past. Madhav, look at me. I turned my gaze back to her. I could only be mad at Ria for so long. She smiled. I maintained a stern expression. Would you like to be friends with me, she said. I hate it when she says that. What the fuck is that? Is it an invitation? Is it a consolation prize? Is it a peace treaty? I remained silent. I live in Patna. You come here often. We could be friends. Would you like that, she said. That was another thing I hated. That I always let her decide when to be friends or when not to. I had no power to refuse her. Yes, I would, I said. Great. I would like us to be good friends, too, she said. However, I have one condition. I rolled my eyes. There is always a catch with Ria. What is it going to be this time? Have no expectations. Say it, I said. Don't ask me the same question twice. What? Ask me things. I will reply if and when I can. If I don't, Please don't ask me again. Really? I said. Yes. That is when it seems pushy. Fine. I don't want to be pushy. Whenever you are in Patna we can meet up. Maybe you can show me the city. I am here this weekend. Sunday is my day off. I have some apartments to look at, though. Would you like me to come apartment hunting with you? I said. She fell silent. I had become too familiar too soon. It's okay. We can meet another time, I said quickly. No, come. You are right. They will quote crazy rates to me otherwise. I wasn't going to ask twice, I said, and she laughed. What time should I fix to meet with the broker? She said. I have a morning class until 11 and then I'm free until 4:30, I said. Class, she said. I'd rather not talk about it right now. She raised an eyebrow. Really? Don't ask the same question twice. Applies both ways, right? I heard her laugh again, the most beautiful sound in the world. 24. Oh, I love this place, she said. Look at the balcony. Stop it. If you praise it so much, he will never give us a good price, I said. We were in an apartment close to Dak Bungalow Road in Indiranagar, an upscale and relatively quiet neighborhood in noisy Patna. After viewing many apartments smaller than the servant quarters of 100 Aurangzeb Road, we had finally stumbled upon the right one. It was a colonial apartment building with 12-foot-high ceilings. It had old teak windows and doors. Both the bedrooms had a sunny balcony facing a park. There was a spacious kitchen with a loft for storage. I knew Ria would take this place. Shush, she said and placed a finger on her lips. 20,000, the broker said, probably sensing our keenness. So much? Have you had bhang? I said. It is the safest area in Patna. Madam is staying alone. And look at the balconies, the broker said. True, it is lovely, Ria said dreamily. I glared at her. She placed a hand on her mouth, as if to say oops. 15, I said. This is a Gora flat, sir. Foreigners like these old places. I am showing it to a Firangi couple later today, the broker said. We will take it. Done. 20, Ria said. I shrugged at Ria. She smiled at me. Rich kids think money grows like the rice in the fields of Dumron. Asterisk. This is gorgeous, Ria said. She took out her mobile phone and started to take pictures. We had come to Golgar, a giant round planetarium-shaped dome located opposite Gandhi Maidan. It had been built in 1784 as a granary when the British wanted a place to store grain to be used in times of famine. I bought the 2 rupee ticket for both of us. You could have bargained. He would have agreed for 18,000, I said. I couldn't let go of the place. I'm going to live there. It's important, she said. She clicked a picture of the bronze plaque, which read, for perpetual prevention of famine in this province. This granary completed on the 20th of July 1786. We climbed the steps that took us to the top of the dome. We saw wide green fields on one side and the clamor of the city on the other. The dome walls were covered with pawn stains, and couples. Names had been etched on the surface. Losers who think little before destroying a city's heritage do this sort of stuff. There's a reason why people say we Biharis are uncouth. Some people in my community work hard to earn us that tag. If they clean this place up, it will be awesome, Ria said. Yeah, the authorities don't care, I said. It's not just the authorities. If the people cared, the authorities would care too, Ria said. I nodded. Empty cigarette packets and peanut shells lay strewn all over the steps and on the floor. This could be a really cool IMAX theater. What's that? She told me about IMAX theaters in London. They had screens 4 times the normal size. I adjusted the heavy rucksack on my shoulder. Books, she said. I nodded. Her yellow and white dupatta fluttered in the breeze. You want to know what classes I'm taking? I said. I can't ask you again, she said and smiled. English. Spoken English. Oh, she said, do you really need them? Yes, on an urgent basis, I said. We walked down the Golgar steps. I told her how the Gates Foundation people would arrive in 6 weeks and I had to deliver a speech. No speech, no grant, she said. I nodded and hired an auto. Moria Complex, I said to the driver. Asterisk. Moria Complex is a grey box-shaped building with retail stores on the ground level and offices on the higher doors. While the building has no character, its compound area has some of the most popular street food stalls of Patna. Tried Litti Chokha before? I said. What's that? She said. I pointed to a stall where fresh littis were being made over red-hot charcoal. The cook took a ball of dough and stuffed it with spiced chickpea powder. Flattening the ball with his fingers, he roasted the litti over the coals. Once done, he gave the Litty a quick dip in desi ghee. He gave us the lettuce in a plate with salad, chutney and kokha. What is kokha? Ria said. The stall owner explained how kokha is made with tomatoes, eggplant and potatoes all mashed together and cooked with green chilies, salt and other spices. Ria took a bite. This is unbelievable. Her expression made the stall owner's chest swell with pride. Like it? I laughed, knowing the answer. Why don't they have this in Delhi? All over India. The world. Ria said. Bihari things are not considered cool. Why, she said, her mouth full. It's a poor state. Nobody wants our things, or us. Not yet, at least. From now on I'm eating this every day. We finished our meal. I passed her tissues to wipe her hands. My mother makes even better litti kokha, I said. You make this at home? Ria said. All the time. You should come sometime, I said. She kept quiet. I sensed her hesitation. We stepped out of the Moria complex. You don't have to come. I will bring some homemade litti kokha for you, I said. No, I would love to visit Dumron. I want to meet your mother, too. I've heard so much about her. We found an auto outside Moria complex. Shanakia Hotel for Madam first. After that, Boring Road, I told the driver. What did you say? Boring. Ria giggled. What? Yes, my classes are on Boring Road. The name says it all. I laughed. They aren't bad, just tough to learn English in such a short time. The challenge is, you have to focus on 3 things at the same time. English, public speaking and, the most important, the actual content of the speech, she said. I looked at her. She had nailed the problem on its head. The auto moved through the bustling traffic. I have no idea why everyone in Patna loves honking so much. We sat in silence for a few minutes. Madhav, Ria said. Yeah. I said. Nothing. Say it, Ria. Would you like me to help you with English? I didn't reply at once. I'm sorry. It's okay. I won't ask twice. The auto reached Shanakia Hotel. As she stepped off, she held my hand for a second. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply my English is superior to yours or anything like that. When can we start? I said. 25. Here's the plan, she said. She slid an A4 sheet towards me. We were in Takshila restaurant at the Shanakia Hotel for dinner. We were meeting a week later, after I had spent Monday to Friday in Dumron. The waiter arrived to take our order. She ordered plain yellow dal and fyulkas. I miss home food, she said. I missed you, I wanted to say but didn't. The 5 days in Dumron had felt like 5 life sentences. Sure, I like yellow dal, I said. I picked up the A4 sheet. It read, Action Plan, Operation Gates Objective, 10-minute speech in fluent English to a live American audience. 10 minutes equals approximately 600 words. Focus areas, 1 delivery, confidence, style, accent, flow, pauses, eye contact. 2 content, rational points, emotional moments, call for aid. I looked up at Ria. You typed all this? No, little elves did at midnight, she said. Go on, read the whole sheet. I turned to the sheet again. Top 10 tools, 1 YouTube videos of famous speeches. 2 watching English movies with subtitles. 3 English-only days, no Hindi conversation allowed. 4 working on speech content in Hindi first. 5 recording an English voice diary on the phone through the day. 6 thinking in English. 7 watching television news debates in English. 8 calling call centers and choosing the English option. 9 reading out English advertisements on street hoardings. 10 reading simple English novels. I whistled. It's a different approach, she said. She walked me through the 10 steps and spoke non-stop for a few minutes, explaining each step. And last, reading simple English novels, like, the one by that writer, what's his name, Chetan Bhagat, she said, ending her monologue. I watched her face, pretty as always. Do not fall for her again, I screamed in my head. So, let us start. Talk to me in English. I switched to English. The English I knew at that time, that is. I am very thankful for your making the list, for learning the English, I said. Thank you for making this list of steps to learn English, Ria said. She spoke in a calm voice, without sarcasm or judgment. Yes, same thing only. So instead of same thing only, say I meant the same, Ria said. I will correct you sometimes. It is not that I don't understand you. I just want to make sure you say it right. Thanks, I said. Now that one word was correct. I laughed. She made me talk to the waiter in English. I did fine, since the waiter's English was worse than mine. She didn't correct me when the waiter was around anyway. And sweet. Later I said as he left us. We will order the sweet dish later, Ria said, or dessert instead of sweet dish. Desert. Like Rajasthan desert. I said. D.E.S.S.E.R.T different word, same sound. I hate that about English. Hindi doesn't have that problem. Hindi is incredible. We speak it like we write it. There's no need to learn pronunciation separately, Ria said. So why doesn't everyone speak Hindi? I said. Because we are not, Ria said and paused. Oh my god, you asked that question correctly. What? You said, so why doesn't everyone speak Hindi, in perfect English? When you say something without being self-conscious, you say it correctly. I tried to look modest. We will get there, Madhav, she said. She patted the back of my hand on the table. I wondered if we would ever get there as a couple. Don't fall in love with her again, a voice within me warned. You never fell out of love with her, another voice countered with an evil laugh. Asterisk. Dolphins. In Patna. Ria said. Yes, there are river dolphins in the Ganga. If you're lucky, you might spot them, I said. I had brought Ria to the Ganga Ghat near Patna College off Ashok Raj Path on a Sunday evening. For 20 rupees a head, boatman took you to the sandy beach on the opposite bank. She held my hand to keep her balance as we tiptoed on the wooden plank towards the boat. She slipped a little and clasped my hand tighter. I wished the shaky wooden plank would never end. We sat in the boat. The diesel engine purred into action, making conversation impossible. The sun had started to set. It turned the sky, the river and Ria's face the color of fire. On the other side, we stepped onto the sand and walked to the tea stalls. We sat inside one of the many gazebo-styled bamboo huts meant for tea stall customers. It's beautiful, Ria breathed. All we have for peace in this city, I said. We sat in silence and watched the ripples of water, my hand inches from hers. I wondered if she would be okay if I held it. She had held mine on the plank, after all. But I guess it was okay on the plank, because she needed to hold it. Now, it would mean something else. At least, that is how girls think. Still, I decided to try my luck. I inched my hand playfully towards hers. She sensed it, and moved her hand away. How do girls do this? Do they have antennae, like insects do? Or are they thinking of the same thing themselves? How else are they able to react so well so fast? You've started working on the speech. Ria said, shaking me from my thoughts. Sort of, I said. I took out sheets of paper from my pocket. I had scribbled notes in Hindi on the key points I needed to address. I handed them to her. The school needs toilets, chairs, blackboards, she read out. She turned to me. Madhav, you need to do more. This is just a list of things you want. I'm still working on it. He is Bill Gates. People ask him for things wherever he goes. The idea is to not ask for anything and yet earn a grant. Not ask. Yes. Never ask. It comes across as needy. I looked at her. Did she leave me because of the same reason? I do that. Sometimes. I come across as needy, I said in a small voice. She understood my context. She didn't admit it, of course. She simply paused before she spoke again. These Goras are different. You have to come across as happy and confident. Not desperate. Read the rest. I talk about other things, how the school was created and more. She patted my shoulder. You are doing fine. Don't worry. We will do this together. I've lived in London and met many Americans there. I know how these Goras think. How was London? I said, barely able to make out her features in the dying light. In classic Ria style, she stayed silent. It's okay. I won't ask again. Should we go back? She nodded. We reached the pier. The plank to the boat felt even more precarious in the darkness. She held my arm again. I don't know if I imagined it, but it felt tighter than earlier. She seemed a little more vulnerable. She came across as a little more, if I dare say the word she hated, needy. We sat as far away as possible from the other passengers and the noisy diesel engine. London was nice in parts, she said. I wanted to ask which parts were nice and which parts weren't, but I didn't. The more you ask, the more she clams up, I thought. I looked at her. She smiled, but it did not reach her eyes. I could read her every expression, even in the darkness. Would you like to hold my hand? I said. Why, she said. The boat is moving, I said. Lame answer. But how else does one answer such a stupid question? So. Nothing, I said and looked ahead. The whir of the engine filled the awkward silence. Halfway through our journey, temple bells began to ring in the distance. I felt something near my hand. She placed her fingers on top of mine. I guess men have an antenna about these things, too. I didn't turn towards her. I knew her. If I made eye contact now, she would withdraw. I am happier here than in London, she said. I hadn't asked her to compare the two places. When are you coming home? I said, still looking ahead but choosing my words with care, afraid she would withdraw. Soon. Let me move into mine first, she said. I'm staying back tomorrow, to help you move in. You don't have to. I hardly have any luggage. Exactly. You need to buy things. The shopkeepers will rip you off. I'll come with you, okay? Thanks, she said. I guess that meant yes. We reached the Ghats. I clasped her hand and held it until we got off the plank onto firm ground. The old me would have asked her if holding hands meant something. But the old me had screwed up big time in the past. So I decided to play it cool. We took an auto back from the Ghats. I talked about the furniture market near Nala Road, places to buy mattresses and the cheapest vegetable markets. Of course, these stupid topics meant nothing compared to the monumental development of her sliding 2 fingers on top of mine. We reached her hotel. She stepped off the auto. 11 tomorrow. I said. Yes, thank you so much. And I loved the river ride today. Which part? I asked and kicked myself mentally. Did I come gums as fishing? Did it set off the desperate alarm? Everything, she said. Miss Diplomatic Samani is not that easy a nut to crack, after all. 26. I am officially, completely, exhausted, Ria said. She wore a pink kurti and dark blue tights. Her face had turned pink to match her kurti. She plonked herself on the 4 mattresses we had dragged into her apartment. Remove the plastic covers at least, I said. She ignored me. She lay down on the mattresses and did side leg twists like we used to do on court. Cut the drama, I said. Do we have to do everything today, she said. We had made 4 trips to the market, 1 each to buy groceries, electrical appliances, utensils and mattresses. Why do you need 4 mattresses? I had asked her in the shop. 2 for the bedrooms, and 2 will become a diwan in the living room. I don't have a sofa. Let's get a sofa, I had said. She refused. She wanted a casual chic look. I guess it means not rich looking but still classy. Get up, I said and pulled her up by her hand. Thanks, she said. Thanks for everything today. Mention not, I said. Please don't mention it, she said. What? Sorry, correcting you. I laughed. I thought we only learned English on weekends. I said. No, sir. We practice it all the time, she said. I looked at my watch. It's 9. I better leave. What about dinner? I'll get something from outside, I said in slow but correct English. Why? We have stocked up. We have a hot plate. Would you like some Maggie, she said. It took us a while to unpack and set up everything. She inaugurated her hot plate and utensils. An hour later, we ate Maggie noodles in new stainless steel bowls from which the stickers wouldn't come off. I slurped the noodles from my spoon. At one point, she removed a noodle from my chin. I wanted to spill noodles all over my face. We finished dinner and cleaned up the kitchen. At 10, I decided to leave. You will get an auto, she said. I can walk to the bus stand, I said. There is a bus to Dumron at 11. Maybe I'll come with you next week. Let me settle in. You'll be okay alone. I said. Yeah, she said, her voice heavy, or perhaps just tired. Sure, I said. I look forward to being alone, Madhav, she said. Asterisk, you sure your mother will be okay with me staying over? Of course. It's a long way to go back the same day, I said. We were riding in her company's Innova, which made the journey a lot faster than the bus I usually took. The roads of Bihar are, well, for the adventurous, to say the least. Ouch, Ria said as her head bumped against the car roof. That bump is a sign we are close, I said. Asterisk, I showed Ria the guest room. These rooms are massive. You really are a prince. Everything is falling apart, I said. I took her to my room. She noticed the basketball posters on my wall. I sat on my bed, she took the chair opposite me. It reminded me of us in Rudra, years ago. You still play, she said. I shook my head. Me neither, she said. Want to? This evening. Work first. You have to watch The Godfather on my laptop. I did, I said. You saw the first part. Now see part 2 with subtitles. I made a face, which didn't impress her much. She wore a fitted white t-shirt and black tights. Although fully covered, the snug outfit highlighted her curves. I couldn't believe Ria was in my room in Dumron. I wanted to kiss her. I thought about how mind-blowing that would be after so many years. What are you thinking? Like, now? She snapped her fingers. Her question made me freeze. Huh? Nothing. Lunch. Should we have lunch? Did you think of that in English or Hindi? I tried to remember. Well, I had not thought about lunch at all. I had thought about kissing her. And you don't think that in any particular language? See, Madhav, the so-called fluent English speakers, they think in English. Not all the time, but a fair amount. Like, when you make a decision in your head, do you make it in English or Hindi? Hindi, of course, I said. That's the issue here. If you want to speak English well, it has to start in the head. She knocked the side of my head. The contact made me feel a bit drunk. I guess guys are born with this defect. Once they like a girl, even an accidental touch can be intoxicating. I'm trying, I said. Good. You have internet here? I shook my head. I wanted to show you some speeches, she said. There is a cyber cafe nearby, let's go. I will get to see Dumron *. There isn't much to see in Dumron. Yet, she found everything exotic. So cute roads, she said, as we walked along the narrow chicken neck path outside my house. You should see them in the monsoon. Not so cute then, I said. We came to the Shark Tea Cyber Cafe. A bunch of local guys sat before dusty computers. They pretended to look at news websites, even though they were probably downloading porn from other open tabs. Steve Jobs' Stay Hungry. Stay foolish, she said as she opened YouTube. Hungry for you, foolish for you, I thought. Oh, I said. What? She said as the video took time to load. I thought of something in English. Excellent. What? I quickly shook my head and watched the video. You want subtitles? Ria said. It was magical how she could sense what I wanted even before I thought of it. I nodded. She had already picked a video with subtitles. Steve Jobs had founded Apple Computers. He had competed with Bill Gates of Microsoft, the man who I had to give a speech to. It was a perfect situation in which to use a word I had learnt in English classes, ironic. Steve, a thin, balding white guy in graduation robes, stood on a podium at Stanford University. I listened to the speech and read the subtitles. I never graduated from college. Truth be told, this is the closest I've ever gotten to a college graduation. Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal. Just 3 stories. I was immediately hooked. I didn't know this guy, but I liked him in seconds. He spoke about how he was born to an unwed mother who had put him up for adoption. A CEO of a major global company speaking so openly about his past stunned me. He talked about dropping out of college to save his adoptive parents money, and then sleeping on dorm floors and attending the classes he liked. I returned Coke bottles for the 5-cent deposits to buy food with, and I would walk the 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna temple. I loved it. He had said nothing about his achievements yet. Still, you felt his greatness. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. Intuition. I said. Gut instinct, what you feel from the heart, Ria said. Did I have the courage to follow my heart? Did I have the courage to propose to Ria again? Finally, Steve ended his speech. Stay hungry. Stay foolish. And I have always wished that for myself. And now, as you graduate to begin anew, I wish that for you. The crowd in the video applauded. I joined in. The cyber cafe's owner turned to watch the wacko customer who clapped after YouTube videos. Can I see it again? I said. Sure. I will check my mail on another computer. I watched the speech 3 more times. I repeated some of the lines as practice. I stood up after an hour. I saw Ria in the adjacent cubicle, her mail open on the screen. She looked grave. Should we go have lunch? I said. I guess staying hungry isn't so easy after all. I glanced at her monitor. I just about managed to read the subject line, Dad. She pressed send. The screen disappeared. She logged out and stood up. We walked back to the Havli in silence. 27. Savitri Tai served us dal and sabzi with chapatis. Litter Coke Haris for dinner. When Ma arrives, I said. Sounds great, Ria said with no noticeable enthusiasm. Everything okay? I said. Dad's been unwell for a while. I did count. This was the first time she had shared something substantial with me. What happened? He's a heart patient. The last bypass didn't go well. It's not looking good. Will you need to go to Delhi? Probably. I don't know. They hide things from me, she said. I guess hiding things from one another is a Samani family tradition. She was looking down at her food, her spoon circling the dal. Perhaps it was Jobs's speech that gave me the courage to stand up and move to her side. I put my arm around her shoulders. She stood up and hugged me back, though not too tightly. I'm sure he'll be fine. The best doctors in Delhi must be looking after him, I said. She nodded and sat back down. Sorry, she said. I'm such a bother. It's not a bother, Ria. It's okay to be down now and then. And to talk about it. No, it's not, she whispered, more to herself than to me. We finished our meal. She picked up the plates. Where's the kitchen, she said. I pointed towards it. I tried to imagine her living in my house forever. She would never adjust to living in Dumron, of course. My crumbling Havli could never be her 100 Aurangzeb Road. I went to the kitchen and found her washing dishes. What are you doing? I said, surprised. Relax, I do this in Patna, too, she said. My mother should see this. Why, she said. Nothing, I said. Asterisk, is she here, my mother said. Yes, I said. I met my mother in the courtyard as she came back from school. I took her bag filled with notebooks. We walked into the house. Where is she? In the guest room. Girls are all so strange these days. Go live in whichever boy's house. What are you saying, Ma? She is a friend from college. I invited her over. Do her parents know? I don't know. My mother shook her head. Be nice, Ma, I said. You like her? What kind of a question is that? You get people you dislike home. Answer straight. I need to bathe. Asterisk, the water in the bathroom tap was a mere trickle. It took me 45 minutes to fill a bucket and bathe. I changed into shorts and a t-shirt and came down to the living room. Ria and my mother were already there. You met already? I said. Hi, Ria said. I was just chatting with Auntie. You played basketball with her, my mother said, sounding betrayed. Sometimes. My mother didn't respond. I felt guilty. I needed to give a longer answer. Well, she was in the team too. Girls' team, I said. You never mentioned her. You used to talk about basketball so much, my mother said. I didn't. I said, pretending to be surprised. No, my mother said. We only played in the first year, I said. Why, my mother said. I paused to think. Our groups changed, I said. Ria and I looked at each other. Savitri Tai brought Nimbu Pani for all of us. My mother turned to Ria. So how long were you married for? My mouth fell open. How did my mother know? Ria sensed my shock. We were chatting earlier, she said. About your divorce. I thought. She never spoke about it with me. A year and a half, Ria said. Kids, my mother said. What the hell? What is Ma talking about? Ria shook her head. Why did you get married so early, my mother said. She obviously had no filter in her head on what to ask or not. Of course, it was a question I wanted to ask Ria too. To my surprise, Ria didn't filter her responses either. I was stupid. They were family friends. Everyone thought it was a good idea. But mostly, I did it because I was stupid. Where are your parents? Delhi. You're a Punjabi, my mother said, like all grown-up Indians do. They just have to know your community. Where I'm Ria Samani. My mother said. They let you come to Bihar and work. They don't let me do things. I wanted to. I can decide for myself, Ria said, her feminist feathers beginning to flutter. You can, my mother said. I sensed a tinge of sarcasm in her voice. Ria did too. I mean, those decisions don't always work out so well. But I do like to make my own decisions, she said. They have a big business in Delhi, Ma, I said. Infrastructure. Mewaris are a rich community, my mother said. Why are you working? I want to be independent, Ria said. I realized this whole conversation was not flowing like the river of milk and honey I had hoped it would. Ria loves Litikokha. In fact, I called her home for that, I said. My mother's frown vanished at the mention of her favorite cuisine. Really, she said. When did you have it? Here in Bihar. Madhav takes me to Moria complex in Patna all the time. All the time, my mother said, one eyebrow raised. Well, a few times, I said, my tone guilt-ridden again. Twice or thrice. Classes keep me so busy, I don't get the time. Ma took a big sip of her Nimbu Pani. I thought you go there to study, she said. Is the speech ready? Going on. Ria is helping me, I said. Is she? My mother said. I wished one had told her more about Ria, but I could never gather the courage. I decided the only way forward was to change the topic. Should I ask Savitri Tai to lay the table? I said. I can do that, Ria said. My mother looked at her. If it's okay. I know the kitchen. I can help Savitri Tai. My mother did not respond. Ria took it as assent and left. Now I see why you go to Patna, Ma said. It's not what you think. Ria is just a friend. An old classmate, I said. How come she's already married and divorced? That surprised me too. I ran into her in Patna by chance. And she latched onto you, Ma said. Not true. I can't study English all the time, Ma. I need friends there. Besides, she helps me practice. Her English is excellent. She is from a high-class society. I can see the class, my mother said. I don't know the details of her divorce. Her father is sick. Be nice to her. I am nice. She is staying in my house. What else do you want me to do? I rolled my eyes. Why is she wearing such tight pants? She said next. I have no idea, Ma, I said, my voice loud. I don't know why she got married or divorced or wears tight pants. Can you let her be? You are shouting at your mother for her. My mother looked away from me. It was Rani Saba's classic sulky face. I'm not shouting, I said, my voice still too loud to classify it as anything else. My mother looked away. I realized I needed her cooperation to have a peaceful dinner. Sorry, I said. Ma sniffed. En route to the dining room with a stack of plates, Ria smiled at me. I smiled back. I said sorry, Ma, I said after Ria went back to the kitchen. My mother glared at me. I've suffered enough in life. Don't add to it, she said. I'm not, I said. By the way, have you heard of Steve Jobs? I explained how watching speeches on YouTube had helped me, as had many of Ria's unconventional techniques. I have to think in English, Ma. Like high-class people. Their English sounds different, no. We are not low class either, my mother said. Dinner's served, Ria said, clapping her hands in the dining room. We had a peaceful dinner, with no major retorts, taunts or sarcasm. When two women don't share the right vibe, a peaceful hour together is a minor miracle. I ate too much, Ria said and held her stomach. This was one of the best meals I have ever had. We eat like this every day, my mother said, and stood up and left the table. 28. I have a confession to make, Ria said. We were sitting on a jute chapari on the Havli's roof, looking up at the millions of stars you could never see in the Delhi night sky. What you said about Bihar and its simplicity in college had something to do with me accepting the Patna offer. Really? I said. And that you hoped to run into me. Yeah, right. She laughed, so I couldn't tell if she was being sarcastic. Don't worry about my mother, I said. I'm not. Why should I be worried, she said and smiled at me. All mothers are the same, I guess. Meaning? Nothing. She's Rani Saba. Literally, the queen of her castle. She is entitled to say whatever she wants. She's not bad at heart, I said. I know. Did she mention me? When I went to the kitchen? Not really. Why? My clothes. My divorce. Anything. Nothing important, I said, thinking of little else but how to casually hold her hand. When I did gather the courage to do it, I lunged forward suddenly and grabbed her hand. It was not a subtle move. Careful, she said. What? My left wrist. It's a little tender. How come? An old injury. Basketball. She gave a hesitant, non-committal nod. I released her left hand and held her right. Your mother is downstairs, she said. I took her words as encouragement. She had not said that holding her hand was wrong, she only mentioned my mother. She's asleep, I said. I entwined my fingers with hers. She didn't protest. I turned my face towards hers. She freed her hand and slid a few inches away. Hey, you want to do speech rehearsals here? It's a good place to do it, she said. It is unique, the grace with which girls can deflect situations and topics. Not now, I'm tired, I said. Should we go downstairs then? Ria said, all innocence. I looked into her eyes. She understood that look. We had shared it years ago in college. I leaned forward, my lips an inch from hers. No, Madhav, no, she said and gently placed her hand on my chest. However, she didn't push me away, her fingers were directly over my heart. I leaned back a bit. Why not? I said, we agreed to be just friends, no more. Why not? Don't ask the same question twice. I can try twice. I leaned over again. This time, she pushed me back. Don't do this. Please, her eyes were wet. I withdrew. Can we at least talk? I said, losers get words from girls, winners get kisses, we are talking. Are you worried about your dad? Among other things which you won't share with me. Madhav, you are a nice guy. An amazing guy, okay. If you say so, I said, but there's always a but. Can we please not do all this other stuff? Not now, I agreed, but maybe later. Madhav, she said, I don't want to get your hopes up. So no, maybe later, why? Because of what I did in college. Are you crazy? Do you really think I will hold on to something from years ago? So what is it? I'm not good enough for you. I said. She smiled at me. What? I said. I just said you are an amazing guy. Give us a shot, Ria, I said. A shot? Well. Someone knows English slang. A chance. Whatever. Anyway, let it be. Okay, fine, friends. I realized I had blown my moment. A failed attempt at kissing has to be aborted, not converted into an argument. We stayed silent for a minute. My father is dying, she said. And I don't know what to feel. He is your father. Yes. I hope he makes it. I can't live without you, Ria, I said, or rather, blurted out. She turned to me. Not again. Sorry, I said. I turned the other way. Girls have no idea how much it hurts when our love is rejected. Yet, men are expected to keep trying and take hits all the time. She held my hand. I pulled it away. Be a man, they say. Well, it sucks to be a man sometimes. Stop sulking, Your Majesty, she said. One kiss, I said. What? Just one kiss. After that I promise we will be friends. Just friends. How does that work? I don't know. I can't get that one kiss out of my head. I need to know I mean something to you. I understand your situation, the divorce, your dad and your job. I won't expect anything. I will let you be. I will be a friend and value you as one. But just one kiss. She applauded. What? You said that entire thing in English. Oh my God, Madhav. For a moment I forgot about the kiss. I reflected upon my achievement. I really did, I said, surprised. Awesome, she said. I returned to reality. So, yes, one kiss. But, sure. I said and kept my hand on her mouth. I came forward and kissed my fingers placed on her lips. Her eyes blinked in surprise. I removed my fingers. My lips landed on hers. We had kissed exactly 3 years, 4 months and 11 days ago. She put her arms around me as if to keep her balance. The kiss was light at first, and then picked up intensity. Frogs croaked, crickets chirped and the breeze soared as Dumron's night sky witnessed Bihar's, if not the world's, best kiss ever. She buried her face in my shoulder. More than kisses, I could tell she wanted to be held, as if she had not hugged anyone in a really long time. I held her tighter, landing kisses wherever I could, on her face, neck, lips. After a minute, or maybe an hour, she stirred. That lasted a while, she said. Still counts as one kiss. Was it nice? I said. Madhav. What? You said one kiss. Not one kiss, then an in-depth discussion on the quality of the kiss, or what did the kiss mean, or can we do this again, or let's get carried away. I did it for you. So you know you mean something. But please don't discuss, mention or bring this up ever again. I looked at her, shocked. How can you brush aside the most incredible kiss in the state, possibly the world, without even a basic review? But I said fine, sit up, she said. She sat cross-legged on the charpoi. I faced her, but I moved far enough so she wouldn't feel I could strike again. She smiled at me. What? It was nice, she said. What was? What we just did. We sat up cross-legged. That was nice. I said. Yes, she said and laughed. It was wonderful how we sat up. Well. You sit pretty well. We have sat before. This was a different league. Guess maturity makes a man better, she said, at sitting. We laughed. I wanted to touch her, if only to touch my fingertips to hers. But didn't. I couldn't believe we had kissed again. We chatted about old classmates of ours. We had lost touch with most of them, but tried to update each other with our limited information. 20 minutes later, she coughed. Once, twice and then 5 more times. You okay? Yeah, it is a little cold, she said and went into a coughing fit. I'll get water. I ran downstairs to my room. I came back with a bottle of water. She lay down on the charpoi, right hand on her forehead. You're not well, Ria. I said. She coughed again, sat up and had some water. I touched her forehead. You don't have fever, I said. I'm exhausted, guess. Did I stress you out? I said. I felt guilty about kissing her. No, I should just go rest. She had a coughing fit again, this time more violent. I helped her stand up and escorted her to the guest room. Will you be okay? You want someone here? I said. She smiled. Nice try, sir. But I will be just fine, she said. I didn't mean that. I could wake up, Ma. No, please. I need sleep, that's all. We are going to the school tomorrow, right? If you're feeling better. I'll be okay. Good night, Madhav, she said. Good night, Ria, I said, not wanting to leave. Thanks for taking care of me, she said, her voice sleepy. She shut the door. I came back to my room. As I lay in my bed, I touched my lips. I thought about our magnificent lip lock under the stars. I love you, Ria Samani, I whispered before I drifted off to sleep. 29. So this is the famous Dumron Royal School, Ria said, her eyes widening at the sight of hundreds of kids buzzing around like bees. Nothing royal about it, I said. Well, I hear a prince runs it, she said. She smiled at me. I gave her an all-knowing, what happened last night look. Of course, not much had happened. But a kiss is a kiss is a kiss. We decided never to talk about it, she said. I didn't say anything. Tell your eyes to be quiet then. They talk too much. I laughed. How's your cough? Better, she said. We reached school at 9, 2 hours after Ma. Ria had slept in. Since she did not know the way, I had to wait for her. She had donned a skirt and top first, but I had asked her to change into a salwar kameez instead. Not that the kids would care, but the principal, or Rani Saba, would. She had to approve of the dress code. So Ria switched to a plain white chicken salwar kameez. We entered the staff room. You finally made it. Welcome, my mother said. I ignored her sarcasm. Ria and I greeted her, but Ma only nodded, without looking up from her notebooks. I introduced Ria to the staff. Tarachandji duly rang the bell. My mother stood up. Where are you going, Ma? It is my period. Are you working today, she said. Yes, of course. Good, because I have 100 books to correct. She sat down again. Is it okay if Ria waits here? I said. Oh, I could walk around, Ria said. It's fine, my mother said. Or I could help with the books. Ria said. My mother looked up and lowered her reading glasses. Help. I can correct some notebooks. Should I take a pile? In a slow movement, Ma pushed a pile towards her. I smiled. Rani Saba's heart could melt. I imagined the three of us at school every day, after it had received the Gates grant. If you are imagining it, might as well dream of the perfect scenario, so I thought. Of Ria, my mother and me, laughing and correcting notebooks. I thought of Ria and me teaching the school kids basketball. Madhav, my mother interrupted my daydream. Ha. Class. I was just leaving, I said. Asterisk, who is that Didi? A little girl in class 3 asked me. I taught classes 3, 4 and V simultaneously. Since we didn't have enough teachers or classrooms, we had come up with a new system. I divided the blackboard into 3 parts. Each class had a third of the blackboard. I would teach a concept in one class and give them a problem. While they solved it, I moved on to the next class. It wasn't the best way to teach, but the kids adapted to it. She's my classmate from Delhi. Same as you have classmates here, I said. She's so pretty, another class 3 girl called Shabnam said. Are all Delhi girls so pretty? I smiled. Just like all Dumron girls are pretty. Are all Delhi girls so tall? Shabnam said. No. Only those who can write the 9 times table. The girls giggled and got on with their CS work. I moved to class 4 and then to class V. 40 minutes into the class, I sat down for a break. I had finally managed to keep all 3 classes busy with their respective work. Madhav sir, a ponytailed girl next to Shabnam said. What? Bring your friend to class. Why? Please. No. This is study time. A couple of other girls followed and started the please routine soon. The whole class chanted please, please, please to me. I had taught them about manners just the previous week. Now they were using them against me. Fine, I will get her, I said, provided you stay absolutely quiet and work. Everyone nodded and placed their fingers on their lips. I left the classroom. The class burst into noise as soon as I stepped out. My mother and Ria sat in silence, each busy with their stack of notebooks. Ria, the students want to meet you. Me. Why? Ria looked up, surprised. Just curious, I guess. Ria looked at my mother. Ma didn't react. I pulled Ria's arm. Come, no, I said. Ria and I stepped out of the staff room. How is it going with Ma? I said. Why do you ask? She is sweet, no. Comes across as strict, but is a big softie. Why are you telling me this, Madhav? Arya said. Just. We reached the class. The students broke into applause. Hi, I am Ria, she said. She knelt down to be on their level. You are so pretty, Shabnam said shyly. Ria tweaked Shabnam's nose. So are you, she said. Shabnam blushed. Ria spoke to the girl next to Shabnam. What do you want to be when you grow up? The girl buried her face in Shabnam's lap. Ria laughed. She repeated the question to another girl. Mother. I want to be a mother, the girl responded. And? Ria said. And what? The girl said. Doctor. Engineer. Dancer. The little girl thought for a while. Teacher, she said. Nice, Ria said and patted her back. Ria and I came back to the staff room. My mother and the other teachers had class. Only Ria and I remained in the staff room. We sat the long table. She coughed again. I said, you really don't sound okay. I was fine. I don't know, Ria said. She went into another toughing fit. Let's find a doctor, I said. I'll see a doctor in Patna. Ria excused herself and stepped outside. She looked around. There's no toilet. Kids go in the corner there. Or in the fields outside, I said, coming up behind her. Ria walked out to the fields, still coughing. I saw her body shake from a distance. I ran up to her. She turned and smiled at me. I'm fine. I just need to properly cough it out. Spit out the phlegm. Sorry, I'm being gross. As if I scoffed. I should head back, she said. Alone. Let me come and drop you. Ria laughed. She patted my shoulder. You are so sweet. There is no need. It's just an allergy. I should come with you, I said. She held my shoulders and flipped me around. You have classes. Now go back in, mister, before all your little girls come looking for you. 30. Louder, Madhav. You're speaking like a mouse, Ria shouted, in contrast to my meek voice. She was grouchy, perhaps because I had made 6 mistakes in my last rehearsal. She stood before me and stomped her feet. She wore an oversized purple t-shirt and Bermuda shorts. Purple suits her, I thought, everything suits her. You realize your speech is the day after tomorrow, she said. You're making me tense, I said. Fine. She threw her hands up in frustration. Tense is not good. I'm calm. You're calm, she said, trying to swing my mood. I'm screwing this up, I said. I sat down on her double mattress divan. I had come to her house on Sunday evening for a final rehearsal. Gates was arriving on Tuesday. I had to leave for Dumron tomorrow. It's looking staged. They will see that I'm no good at this, I said. Relax, Madhav. I'm sorry, I shouted. She sat next to me and held my hand. She coughed again. It was my turn to shout. Who is this stupid doctor who can't treat your cough? I don't know. It's an allergy. Something in the air. Can't figure out what's making it flare up. What is the doctor in Delhi saying now? Ria had gone to Delhi last month, after her family asked her to come meet her father one last time. He had passed away while she was there. She had spent 2 weeks in Delhi, attending the funeral and various last rites ceremonies. During that trip, she had also met a senior specialist for her cough. Same. Find the allergen. You think I'm allergic to you? She winked at me, indicating that she felt better. I smacked her with a red cushion. Everything okay at home, Ria? Ria had not reacted much to her father's death. She had come back from Delhi and hugged me as if she would never let go. She mumbled something about forgiveness. I didn't pry. She would only tell me what she wanted to tell me and when she decided to. Yeah. My brothers are taking care of the business and my mother sounded normal the last time I spoke to her. Then she was all brisk and businesslike, clapping her hands to bring me back to the present. And now we have Madhavji, Trondheim Rowty Royal School. I stood in the center of her living room. Respected Mr. Gates, Ms. Myers, other members of the Gates Foundation delegation, MLA Ajar, eminent people from Dumron, students and staff of the Dumron Royal School. You know what? Ria interrupted me. What? Your greeting, it's too long. Let's cut it. Ria, you're changing the script at this stage. Minor change. We fine-tuned the words in my notes. I began again. She didn't interrupt me. I spoke for 10 minutes. And that, my friends, is all I have to say. Thank you, I said. Ria clapped. How many mistakes? I said. 5. 5. Yeah, but minor ones. They don't really change the meaning of the sentences. You are just saying it to make me less tense, right? Ria smiled. Let's eat dinner. No point over-rehearsing. We are all set. Relax, she said. Really? Yes. I made some dal, but chapatis will take time. Should I just make some rice? Dal shale. Sure, I said. I'll help you. We went to her kitchen. She cooked dinner and I made a salad of tomatoes and cucumber with salt, pepper and lemon juice. I set the table while she cooked the food. We sat down to eat, facing each other at the dining table. When will you arrive in Dumron? I said as I mixed the dal and rice. You won't freak out if I'm there, no. Are you stupid? Just come with me tomorrow morning. No, I can't. Too much work, she said. So when? I said. Tuesday morning with the foundation people. You've told them about me, right? Yes, I said. I had already given Ria Samantha's number. Ria's car would follow the foundation's contingent. They would all come together. The salad is nice, she said. It's nothing. So simple, I said. Simple and nice. I like it. I like simple and nice, Madhav. Is that how she sees me too, simple and nice? Or am I too simple and too nice? Post-dinner, we cleaned up the kitchen and washed the dishes. We came back to the living room. Ria reclined on the divan. I'm so tired. I checked the time. It was 10. I better leave, I said. Ria coughed again. I got her a glass of warm water. After this speech, your treatment is our first priority. We need to find that allergen or whatever, I said. I'm fine. See, it's gone now, she said. She shut her eyes and patted the mattress, signaling for me to sit next to her. She then put her head on my lap and turned on her side towards me, her eyes closed, by all accounts fast asleep. You want to sleep here? No answer. I got a sheet and pillow from her bedroom. I placed the pillow under her head and the sheet over her. She smiled in gratitude, like a happy baby. I'm going, I mouthed silently against her temple. She shook her head. What? I wondered to myself. What does she want? She held on to me when I tried to move. I'll stay. I said. She didn't react. This is what girls do. At crucial moments, they won't give you a straight answer. What's a guy to do? I'll stay for a bit. I said. She nodded. Thank God for some guidance. Okay, I'm tired too. If I stay, I need to lie down as well. She moved aside, eyes still shut, making space for me. I was shocked. Ria actually wanted me to lie down with her. I slid in next to her, as quietly as possible, lest she woke up fully and came to her senses. Sleeping? I said, giving her an awkward cuddle. She nodded. Girl nonsense, again. I grinned. How could she respond if she was asleep? Me too, I said. I think it is acceptable, almost necessary, for men and women to lie to one another. She turned on her side and placed her arm around me. She also curled up a little, so her chest would not come too close to mine. Only her arms and knees touched me. Girls are really good at such stuff. Even in sleep, they can contort themselves to maintain the boundaries of appropriate physical contact. I shut my eyes. Of course, I could not sleep. I wanted to hold her close. I wanted to kiss her. Restless, I placed an arm around her. I think girls actually believe guys can casually place their arms around them with no other idea in their heads. I didn't have courage to do anything else. Maybe she is getting comfortable with me, my mind told me. Why risk it? Chill, Madhav, chill. The same mind came up with a different theory a few seconds later. What if she wants you to do something? She's created the setting. Now if you don't act, she will probably think you are a wimp. Do something, Madhav. Don't just chill. The stress of two conflicting ideas in my head made me restless. Ria's smooth arm on me made things worse. I tossed and turned. Meanwhile, she slept. 2 hours later, Ria opened her eyes. I had involuntarily poked her shoulder, I had pins and needles everywhere from trying not to move. What is it? She said sleepily. You're awake. I said, all sparkly voiced. You woken up, she said. Sorry, I said and patted her shoulder. Go back to sleep. Are you tense? A shiver went down my spine. How did she know? God has given too many senses to women. A little bit. Don't worry. You will perform fine. Ha. What? I said. What is she talking about? Then it struck me. Oh, yes. I've done my best. The rest is up to Mr. Gates. Exactly. Now sleep, she said and closed her eyes again. Ria. Home. I want to say something, Ria, she said, eyes still shut. She placed a finger on my lips. Say it to Bill Gates first, she said and drifted back to sleep. Asterisk 30 minutes. Our program lasts an hour, I said, my voice indignant. Samantha had called me on Monday morning, a day before Gates's visit. I'm sorry, Madhav. It's a really tight schedule for Mr. Gates. Maybe you can cut down on a few things. But the kids have been preparing for months. My apologies. Trust me, we have actually cancelled a few places. But there's no question of cancelling your school. Fine. What time? 10:30 sharp. See you. I went with Tarach and JT to inspect the empty field being converted into a parking lot. From a distance, I could hear the sound of students practicing the welcome song. We had stopped classes for a week to focus on the annual day. Students had planned the cultural program, scrubbed the floors and walls of the school, drawn new charts and made props for the stage. I went to the staff room and told my mother about the shortened length of the visit. She said, it was a stupid idea to call these moody goers to school. We've been going mad for the past few weeks for them, and now see. 31. At 10:15 on Tuesday morning, my phone rang. We are entering Dumron. 10 more minutes, Samantha said. I rushed to the school entrance. 20 kids assigned to be the welcome party formed two lines facing each other. Each held a plate with rose petals to be showered on the guests. A girl from Class V would apply the tikka. Parents had already arrived. Over 1,000 guests sat on red plastic chairs under the tent set up for the occasion. Dignitaries and special invitees sat in the front VIP rows. The fleet of 8 cars became visible. The kids in the welcome team squealed in excitement. They started to throw flower petals at each other. Stop it, I said to them. Mr. Gates stepped out of his car. Media persons surrounded him, taking pictures non-stop. A team of 10 Americans, including Samantha, and 5 Indians from the foundation, stood behind Mr. Gates. Ria's voice startled me. I turned to face her. She wore a baby pink sari with little silver dots all over. She resembled the rose petals on the kids' plates. Sorry, I said. She spread her arms. Just seeing her lean body, subtle curves and the pink chiffon fabric draped around her, made me feel richer than the richest man in the world who waited for me. How do I look? She said. Like Miss India, I said. She laughed. Now attend to your guests. I'll find a place inside. But Ria, focus on them. All the best. She gave me a quick hug and hurried inside. Mr. Gates, this is Madhav, one of the founders of the school, from the royal family, Samantha said. Madhav, Mr. Gates. I shook hands with the richest man in the world. They say Mr. Gates is so rich, he would not pick up $100 lying on the road. He makes more money than that in the time it takes to pick up the $100 bill. He shook hands with me for about 5 seconds. I wondered how many thousands of dollars he could have earned in that time. Good to see you, Madhav, Mr. Gates said. He spoke like an old friend. Students threw petals on him. Samantha made urgent motions that we start the function soon. A mini stampede occurred on stage. The welcome song kids bumped into the dance kids, both sets unprepared for the merger of their programs. The welcome song, a Saraswati Vandana, had not even ended when Bollywood music took over. The mashup sounded odd, but the audience clapped energetically. I sat next to my mother on a sofa in the front row. My eyes hunted for Ria. She sat 10 seats away on my left. I gestured for her to come sit next to me. She smiled and declined from a distance. The dance ended with kids dancing to Salman Khan's hit number. Oh, oh Jaan Jana. My mother went up on stage and the music faded. She spoke in Hindi. Thank you, children. Can we have a big round of applause for the children, please? The crowd dapped hard. Let's also welcome Mr. Gates and his team, who have come all the way from America, she said. The crowd responded with loud cheers and more applause. Mr. Gates turned around in his seat and waved. And now, I understand we have little time. So can I invite Prince Madhavji to give the welcome speech? The crowd cheered. My heart started to beat fast. I stood up and walked to the stage, passing Ria, who gave me a thumbs up. I sprinted up to the stage. Asterisk. I scanned the crowd of over 1,000 people from left to right to left. The crowd had stopped clapping and were now waiting for me to speak. I took the mic in my hand. It slipped a little in my palm, which was sweaty with nervousness. Not a word came out of me. Nothing. I saw the sea of people. Even though I had practiced the speech a million times, I couldn't say a thing. People were beginning to look a little puzzled. Was it a Mick problem? They wondered. I saw Ria in her pink sari in a corner of the front row, her eyes on me. Slowly, she stood up. I felt anxious. What would the crowd think? However, she simply changed her place to come sit right in front of me. I lip-read her. One line at a time, go slow, she mouthed. Her presence kick-started something within me. I blurted out, distinguished guests of the Bill Gates Foundation, respected dignitaries, my dear students and parents, welcome to the Dumron Royal School. The crowd cheered. Most did not understand English, but the mention of Dumron was enough to set them off. The foundation delegates looked at me with attention. Okay, I can do this, I told myself, just like at the rehearsals with Ria. Just imagine only she is here. I gazed at Ria. She gave me a nod and smiled. Encouraged, I continued. Mr. Bill Gates is here with us today. He is the richest man in the world. I am sure he is sick of being told that all the time. From a distance, I noticed Bill Gates' smile. He is listening to me, I thought. Sir, you know that rich in terms of money is not enough to have the richest life. That is why you are here. In my Bihar, which, even though we love it, is one of the most backward places on the planet. Ria was nodding after every line. And in this backward Bihar is this extraordinary school. This school with 700 kids, 3 teachers, negligible fees, no proper classrooms, no toilets, no real government support and yet, a lot of riches. Ria gave me 2 thumbs ups. Okay, no mistakes so far. The real riches here are the kids. I am supposed to teach them. However, they have taught me so much. We grown-ups complain about what is lacking in this school, but these kids, they never complain. Come to our school at any time and you will hear only one thing from them, laughter. The front row, the people who understood me, broke into applause. The subsequent rows followed a minute later, if only to show that they understood as well. If you ask these kids, they will say this is the best school in the world, they love their friends. They love whatever they get to learn here. However, I know this school can give them more. I know kids deserving more only. Ria frowned. Damn, I've made a mistake. It should be I know the kids deserve more. I was panic-stricken. Ria gestured for me to breathe. I inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Composed, I continued, I know the kids deserve more. Because I have seen the value a good education can add. It is not just to get you a job. It is not just about knowledge and the new things you learn either. A good education gives you self-confidence. I paused to consult my notes. I looked up and spoke again. Today, I speak to you in English. I didn't know this language well. I was scared and ashamed. People made fun of me. I spent my whole college life with a complex. I don't want that to happen to these kids. I don't want anyone to tell them they are not good enough. People clapped. I don't know if they understood me, or if they had just connected with the emotion in my voice. For that I need resources. I need good teachers. However, good teachers won't come to a school without basic facilities. Students can't be taught without proper classrooms. You can't have a real school without toilets. Ria's eyes stayed on me. They kept me going. I don't want to beg from our government. I don't want to beg from anyone, actually. Money is not my thing. I left a job at a multinational bank to be here. But sadly, you need some money to do even good things in life. Ria signaled for me to sign off. The speech ended around here. However, I continued to speak, unrehearsed and impromptu. Mr. Gates, people must tell you that you are a lucky man to have so much money. It might irritate you also, since what you have achieved is not just because of luck. It is because of your creativity, vision and hard work. You deserve it. However, let me tell you one place where luck helped you. Ria looked at me, shocked. When had I come up with all this? She seemed to be wondering. I continued, where you are truly lucky is that you were born in America. To be born in a country where everyone gets a chance. One of my kids may have it in him to open a global company like yours, but he won't get a chance. Mr. Gates, you were lucky to get that chance. Today, we don't run the school in the hope of aid or recognition. All we are trying to do here is ensure that every kid in our school gets that chance. Thank you. Thunderous applause. Some in the crowd, including Ria and Mr. Gates, stood up. Soon, the rest of the crowd followed. I received a standing ovation. I couldn't believe I had delivered the speech I had obsessed over for months. I couldn't believe I had conquered one of my biggest demons, English. I folded my hands and left the stage. I walked back to my seat. My mother turned to me. You learned so much English, she whispered. She taught me. I pointed to Ria. My mother and Ria smiled politely at each other. Students took over the stage again. They did a dance drama about Lord Krishna, the naughty boy who stole butter. The shortest student in class 2, a little girl called Karayuna, played Krishna. She wore a headband with a peacock feather stuck in it. After it was over, my mother went up on stage and thanked the participating students. Samantha from the Gates Foundation came up to me. Bill needs to leave. Otherwise we will be late, she whispered in my ear, her voice rushed. Won't he give a speech? I said. He never does. My heart sank. I wanted to ask her how the speech went, but Samantha seemed too stressed out to notice or care. I would like to call Mr. Bill Gates on the stage to say a few words, my mother said. Mr. Gates smiled and folded his hands, however, asking to be excused. I ran back up on stage. My mother seemed surprised. I took the mic from her. Mr. Gates needs to leave. If it's okay, I would like to call in on stage to accept a small gift from us, I said. Mr. Gates obliged. He came on stage, along with 2 members of his foundation. A Class V girl arrived with the gift. It was a small hand-painted clay pot. Several students had drawn flowers on it. In the pot was a flowering plant. It's beautiful, Mr. Gates said as he accepted the gift. I smiled at him. Nice speech, he said. Thank you, sir, I said. I shook hands with the other 2 delegates on stage. One was Phil and the other was Roger, a young assistant to Mr. Gates. Phil, do you want to? Mr. Gates said. Yeah, sure, Phil said. Want to what? I wondered. 32. May I have the mic? Phil said. I passed the mic to him. Namaste, Phil addressed the audience. That one word in Hindi made the audience swoon in ecstasy. This is how we Indians are. If white guys speak even a tiny bit of Hindi, we love them. Kais Hain. Phil said. The crowd roared in excitement. We loved the show. Congratulations to all students, Mubarak, he said. Applause rent the air. We found the students here extremely talented. We feel they deserve to have more opportunities to learn. We have decided to give the school a dozen computers, with all our software preload. The crowd clapped. I did too, wondering what we would do with computers without electricity. Maybe they will come with computer tables, I thought. We could use the tables. Phil continued, of course, computers alone will not be enough in a school that needs infrastructure. Thus, the Gates Foundation would like to give the school a one-time grant of $50,000 and, subject to inspection, a grant of $10,000 a year for the next 5 years. My head felt light. I saw the activity around me in a haze. Ria jumped. Really, she stood up and jumped. Everything else was a blur. The media sprang into action. Reporters barged ahead of the front row to take pictures. My mother couldn't contain her excitement. She came on the podium and translated the announcement in Hindi, and converted the amounts to rupees. 20 lakh rupees now, and 4 lakhs a year for the next 5 years. We will now make this one of the best schools in Bihar, my mother said. The crowd stood up and continued to clap. MLA Ajar inserted his face in front of as many cameras as possible. My mother gave me a hug. Samantha came up to me and whispered in my ear, Congratulations, Madhav, you did it. We will talk later, okay? I need to rush. I'll call you. Yes, thank you, Samantha. Thank you so much. Here's my card, Phil said as he slipped one in my hand. Your work has impressed us. I know St. Stephen's. To give up a career and come here is admirable. I wanted Ria to hear this too. I looked for her but she was nowhere in sight. Crowds of villagers filled the stage. Security personnel escorted the Gates Foundation delegation out of the venue to their cars. Thank you, Rajkumar Sahib. A villager tried to touch my feet. You are our hero, said another. I wanted to bring Ria on stage. But the crowd wouldn't let me get past them. The crowd lifted me. I was thankful, at least it would be easier to spot Ria from someone's shoulder. Rajkumar Madhav said one. Zainabade, the others shouted in response. I saw her empty seat. Where did she go? I wondered. The crowd bobbed me up and down. I looked around frantically. There was no sign of her. The media wanted quotes. I remember saying this was a fantastic outcome that would change the future of thousands of students of Dumron. Are you happy? One reporter asked me. Yes, I said. I was happy. I mean, I should be happy, I told myself. Where the hell was Ria? My mother came to me. The media turned to her. Ma, have you seen Ria? I said. Who? My friend. She was sitting in the front row. Where did she go? My mother shook her head. She turned to the reporters. I extracted myself from the crowd on stage. MLA Ajar came up to me. Congratulations, Rajkumarji. Lot of money, eh? Thanks, Ajarji. Thank you for the opportunity. It's okay. Now are we sharing it or what? He said. I looked at him and his slimy eyes. He saw my shocked expression. He burst into laughter. Joking, Rajkumarji. Always so serious. Of course, it is all for the school. I smiled and excused myself. The crowd thinned in about 20 minutes. Most of the parents and students had left. I asked the school staff if they had seen Ria. She was in the front row. We saw her stand up when the white man announced the money to Rachanji said. I went to the makeshift parking area. No cars. The delegation had left long back. I couldn't find Ria's car either. I called Ria. Nobody picked up. I tried again, thrice. No response. I called Ria's driver. I am on leave. Madam must have taken another driver, he said. I hung up. I wondered what to do next. Where could she have gone? Did she get an urgent call from home? Office? Where could she be? Madhav sir, a girl's voice interrupted my chain of thought. It was Shabnam, my student from class 3. She wore a dhoti and a kurta, having played a villager in the Krishna skit. Her parents stood behind her. I folded my hands to wish them. They thanked me for a great function. Madhav sir, Didi left something for you. Shabnam handed me a brown envelope. Ria Didi said to give this to you after the function. She left while you were on stage. Did she tell you where she was going? Shabnam shook her head. Did she go in a car? Shabnam nodded and left with her parents. I tore open the envelope. Where are you? My mother shouted from a distance. Here only, I said. I slipped the envelope into my pocket. Many people are coming home for lunch to celebrate. Come, let's go. 33. Our VIP guests had come to the Havli for lunch. What a son you have, Kantar auntie, one of my mother's childhood friends, said. He deserves to be king. He is our Asli Rajkumar, said Bela Chachi, a third cousin of my mother. I thanked my aunts for their compliments. Ma, I need to go upstairs to my room. Why? What about your lunch? I'm tired. I'll have it later. I ran upstairs and shut the door to my room. I took out the envelope again. Inside was a computer printout of a letter. Dear Madhav. I want you to remain calm when you read this. And, if possible, be calm afterwards too. I am writing this letter to tell you something important. I am leaving Patna. I am not well, Madhav. I think you noticed my cough over the past month. It is not an allergy. Lung carcinoma is what the oncologist said. Lung cancer. I don't know how. You know I don't smoke. But sometimes it happens to non-smokers. And I had to be one of them. I don't know why many things happened in my life, actually, so maybe this is all part of the crazy plan God has for me. Marriage, divorce and disease, all within a span of 3 years. The funny thing is, you came into my life at various stages too. Perhaps we were not meant to he. I must thank you for accepting me as a friend again, Madhav. I was so lost. I made mistakes. I held so much back from you and yet you cared for me. I know you wanted more, but I'm sorry I was unable to give it to you. The first time, it wasn't the right time. The second time, well, I have no time. I couldn't have asked for a better 2 months than those LL spent in Patna. To be able to help you prepare for your speech was a wonderful and special time. The best part was that despite the challenge, you never quit. I asked you to stay back last night. I had no right to. I just felt greedy and selfish. I wanted more of your caring, while knowing I couldn't give you anything in return. I know what I mean to you, and if I ask you to care without being able to reciprocate myself, you will. Hence, I decided to go. I won't make it harder for you than it needs to be. I'm not one for details. Suffice to say, I have a little over 3 months left. The last month is supposed to be horrible. I will skip the gory parts. But trust me, you don't want to know. You have something meaningful going on in your life. Your school is beautiful. And if Bill Gates does what I think he will, you will be able to make it even better. If that happens, I don't want to be here diverting your attention. I have seen your love. I don't want to see your pity. I am a basketball girl. That is how I want to stay in your mind forever. Your basketball girl, I shall leave you with your school and your mother. Meanwhile, in what little time I have, I plan to travel everywhere I can. In the last month, I will find a corner for myself in this world where I don't bother anyone. Then I will go. You know what? On my last day, I will think of you. A good thing has come of my decision to leave here. I felt free enough to tell you everything. I don't have to hold back or say the right thing anymore. For instance, it isn't just you who had a sleepless night at my place. I never slept either. I thought of how hard it was going to be to leave you. Funny, I've never felt that way about leaving this world. But leaving you, yes, that is difficult. So, no crying. No looking for me. No being a Devdas. You are such a good-looking and caring guy, you will find a lovely girl. Someone who isn't a mess like me. Someone who will love you like you deserve to be loved. I can't wait for tomorrow. You will rock the stage. I want to end this letter by saying something I wanted to say to at least someone in this lifetime. So, here goes. I love you, Madhavji. I absolutely, completely love you. And will do so to my last day. Bye, Madhav. Take care. Ria, my eyes welled up. Tears rolled down my cheeks. My limbs felt weak. I struggled to stand. The letter fell from my hands. I picked it up and read it again. Memories of me sitting in Ria's car came to me. Images flashed in my head, her fancy wedding card box, the glucose biscuits and her driving off. She had disappeared to get married then. She had disappeared to die now. In both cases, she had taken, to use a tough English word, unilateral decisions. I called her number again. This time it was switched off. Perhaps she was driving back to Patna and passing through a no-network area. Or maybe she had thrown away her SIM card. I went numb, like someone had hit me on the head with a hammer. Nothing mattered to me. The guests at home, the Gates Foundation grant, nothing. Ria had lung cancer, and she hadn't even mentioned it. How could she do this to me? Patna, go to Patna, I told myself. She would go home first, obviously. I ran downstairs to the living room. A crowd was gathered there. Congratulations, Madhav Bhai. What a speech you gave, said the Sarpanch. He spoke Hindi and possibly didn't know a word of English. Hello, sir. I am from Dainik Bhaskar. We would like to profile you for our Sunday magazine, a reporter said. I found my mother. Patna. Now, she said. The foundation people need me to sign some paperwork. I thought they went to Gaya for the other program. Some of them did. Since they have announced the aid, I need to sign documents. Go after lunch. Right now we have guests. Ma, I need to go now, I said. My mother sensed something amiss. Where is that divorcee friend of yours, she said. Sorry, and what all she wore today? Her name is Ria, Ma. Not divorcee friend, I said, irritated. I didn't make her a divorcee. She's dying, I said. What? I told her about Ria being ill. Poor girl. So young. I have to go to Patna. You are telling me or asking for my permission? I will call you, I said, and left. Asterisk locked. That's how I found Ria's house. The neighbors had no clue. Madam is strange. I have never had a client like this, said the broker, Hemant. I had called him in case he knew anything. What happened? I said. Where are you? He said, at her apartment. It's locked. Wait, I need to come there anyway. Hemant arrived in 20 minutes. She called me last night. She said the keys will be in her letterbox, he said. Keys. Hemant and I walked over to the letterboxes in the building compound. He slid his hand in and drew out a bunch of keys. When Madam called me yesterday, she told me she was leaving town. Needs to surrender the house, Hemant said, panting as we climbed the stairs. Surrender? I echoed stupidly. I told her there is a notice period. Her security deposit will be forfeited. And? She said she didn't care. She said the landlord could keep the deposit. He unlocked the apartment. We went in. Her furniture and TV were all there. I went to the kitchen, everything seemed to be in its place, from the condiments to the appliances. The utensils and the gas stove were still there. I went to her bedroom. I only found her clothes cupboard empty. She's left most of her goods here, Hemant said. She said I could sell them. She did. Really, she did, Hemant said, worried I might stake a claim. Madam said I could sell these goods to cover any costs of breaking the lease or finding the landlord a new tenant. What else did she say? I said. Sir, LL can keep these things. Hemant, tell me exactly what she said. Did she say where she was going? No, sir. Sir, even the TV I can keep. Hemant, I said, grabbing hold of him by the shoulder. What else did she say? She said she wouldn't be coming back as she has quit her job. Did she say where was she going? I said, shaking his shoulder. No, sir, Hemant said, looking scared. Sir, you want some of these things? Really, I am not that type of person. She did say I could keep them. I ignored him and went to the balcony. I looked down at the street. I took out the letter from my pocket and read it again. I love you, it said at the end. I had read that line over 100 times on my way to Patna. Not fair, Ria, I said out loud, not fair. Sir. Hemant came out to the balcony. If you hear anything from her, her company, her friends or anyone, let me know, I said. Sure, sir. Sir, I will move her items to a godown. I can wait for some time in case someone comes for them before selling them off. Whatever, I said. 34. Chetan Bhagat's room, Shanakyar Hotel, Patna, UK. I said. He had paused to wipe his tears. I gave him time. He bit his lip, but it was a losing battle. Soon, he was crying like a 2-year-old, his tall torso slumped on the chair. I don't know why I'm crying. It was a long time ago, Madhav said in between sobs. How long? 2 years and 3 months. 3.5 months, actually. Since she left. Yes. He excused himself and went to the toilet. I made 2 cups of green tea. We had finished our first cup of chai a long time ago. He came out in a few minutes. He had washed his face. Sorry, he said. I lost it. Here, have some more tea. I gave a cup to him. He took a sip. What tea is this? Green tea. No milk. No sugar, he said. He looked at me like I was a vegetarian vampire. It's good for you, I said. Is it? Anyway, thanks, he said. So, Madhav. What happened then? You met the broker. You saw her empty house. Then. Did you try to find her? He nodded. I did. I called her company. They said she had submitted her resignation and left, letting go of all her benefits in return for a shorter notice period. When did she resign? A week before writing the letter to me. So she knew she was leaving. I said. Yes. When she told me to stay that night, she knew it was our last night together. She had planned it. He grew sad again. What else did you do? I asked the company for the list of assigned doctors. I met them. They said Ria had come only once, when she first had a cough. After that she had preferred to consult with her family doctors. In Delhi. Yes. In fact, I went to Delhi. To look for her. I had to go there anyway, to complete the paperwork for the grant. I went to her house. She wasn't there. You met her parents. Her mother. Her father had passed away a month ago. He sipped his tea and turned silent. Did her mother know anything? I said. No. She knew less than I did. According to her, Ria had called her and said she might do a meditation course. That is why her phone wasn't reachable, she told me. You told her about the cancer. Couldn't. I didn't have the guts to. I just expressed my condolences over her husband's death and left. And you came back to Bihar? Eventually, yes. Before that, I called every top hospital in Delhi to ask about Ria. Nobody knew where she was. I contacted her family doctor. He hadn't heard from her for years. I called her old friends from college. They had lost touch with her. I searched on the internet, she wasn't on Factbook or any other site. I tried contacts at phone companies. I called the major yoga ashrams in the country. Nothing. His face fell. I could see he found this conversation difficult. I tried for 3 months. I hoped she would call me one more time before she left this world. She didn't. You're okay now. I was okay. Until these journals popped up. For the last 2 years, I have focused exclusively on the school. The grant has made us one of the best schools in the area. You should definitely come to visit. I will. Madhav, you loved her a lot, didn't you? She is the only girl I ever loved. I don't know if it is a lot, or less than a lot. I do know one thing, though. What? I will never love again. Ever. Why? Something is broken inside me. I don't have the equipment or wiring or whatever one needs to fall in love anymore. I stood up from my chair and went to the bedside table. He continued to talk, more to himself. Chanmi. I have my school. I have my mother. That is my life. I picked up the journals from the bedside table. I brought them to Madhav. So how did you get these journals? Hemant called me. He had taken all of Ria's stuff to the godown to sell it. However, he had missed a wooden box in the far corner of the kitchen loft. The loft was a storage space in the kitchen to keep dry groceries. A company took the house on lease after Ria. They used the apartment as a guest house. They almost never used the kitchen. 2 years later, the company vacated the apartment and a family of 4 rented it. The lady of the family found the box and handed it to Hemant. Hemant, in turn, called me and handed me the box with the journals. I placed the journals in Madhav's lap. Here, I said, take these. Why? I said I don't want to. I can't. Just take them, I said in a firm voice. He kept his hand on the notebooks in his lap. I have marked out 6 legible entries. You need to read them, buddy, I said. No, 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 he said and placed the books back on the dining table. I told you, I can't. I made myself get over her during these last 2 years. Now to read all this will only undo all that. Trust me, Madhav. You need to read them. Ria's journal. Legible entry #1. The 1st of November, 2002. This journal is a birthday gift from me to me. It is my 15th birthday. Happy birthday to me. I feel odd celebrating birthdays now. I am not a grown-up, but I don't feel like a child either. They say people write secrets in journals. Should I write one down? They say I am so quiet. Silent Ria. Mysterious Ria. Shy Ria. I don't answer them. All I want to say is, if you crush a flower before it blooms, will it ever bloom as bright later? I was not quiet as a child. I became this way. Dad knows I changed. Dad knows I remember everything. Still, he pretends nothing happened. I do the same. He hasn't touched me for the last 3 years. He dare not. I don't know why I did not tell Mom. Maybe I didn't even know if it was right or wrong at that time. What could she have done anyway? Dad gave me a gold necklace today. I returned it. I find it difficult to talk to him. He tries to reach out, but I avoid him. He says I am still his daughter. I like writing in this journal. I am able to say things I never can otherwise. My brother is an idiot. So are Shachaji and Tyaj's boys. Spoiled brats, all of them. Just because they are boys, nobody tells them what to do. I hate these double standards. Yeah, this journal does allow me to vent. Good night, journal. Legible entry #2. The 15th of December, 2005. It's over. We are over. Madhav and I, well, we never had anything as such. Whatever it was, it is over. He made me feel so cheap. All in Hindi. Crass Bihari Hindi. He's sick. I should have known. What was I thinking? I actually hung out with him for a year. I let him kiss me. Yuck. My friends were right. He is an idiot Gawa. I must have had a phase of insanity. Why else would I have even talked to him? He was not fake, that's why. But, all he wanted was to fuck me. Really, I know it sounds disgusting, but that is what he wanted. And imagine someone saying that to you in Hindi. Being told to fuck him or fuck off. Well, mister, I am fucking off, for good. How dare you talk to me like that? I feel like smashing his head on the basketball court. I told him I needed time. Lots of it. Well, he didn't want to waste time. Because his main purpose was sex. So he could tell his friends he nailed this rich chick. Well, fuck off, says the rich chick. Legible entry #3. The 4th of September, 2006. I said yes to Rohan. Yes, a month ago, when the proposal had come, I had called it the most bizarre idea ever. Rohan Bhaiya and me. Had my mother lost her marbles? He was my Raki brother, for God's sake. Not to mention I am just about turning 19 and still in college. But today I said yes. Well, it has been an eventful month. First, the gifts that arrived from London every week. Louis Vuitton handbags, Chanel perfumes, Omega watches, Rohan sent them all, not just for me, but the entire family. My parents felt we may never get this good a match again. My mother said I didn't need to study more as Rohan's family was so rich. I still didn't give in, until last night. Yesterday, Rohan came down from London to Delhi. He came down for just 4 hours, only to see me. None of our parents know he did. He came and picked me up from Stevens in the Bentley he keeps in India. We went for a long drive. He said he loves to travel, and I would make his best travel and life partner. He said he realized I was young, but I could continue to study in London. He had found out from Mom that I wanted to study music. He had brought a list of the top music schools in London with him. Later, he went down on his knees. He took out a blue Tiffany's box. It had a giant 3-carat diamond ring in it. It's still your choice, he said. He put the ring back in the box and handed it to me. Finally, he said, Miss Ria Samani, the most beautiful person I know, inside and outside, since my childhood, will you marry me? So, dear journal, what's a girl to do? That night, I took out the ring from the blue box and put it on. I showed it to Mom. She's still on the phone with Rohan's mother, hysterical with happiness. I feel rushed, yes, but this time in a good way. Legible entry #4, set of several entries from London. The 4th of April 2007 I came to London in the middle of the academic year for music schools. Also, they are so hard to get into. I have to prepare, apply, give tests. It is going to take at least 8 months. Rohan's mother wants me to meet her friends for dinner tonight. Every night there is someone to meet. These guys are social, and how? I told her I should stay back because Rohan was not in town, but she said I have to come. Oh well, yet another party. Boring. The 10th of July 2007 Rohan travels all the time, and for a long time. He has just extended his trip by 2 weeks. I joined him for 2 days, and saw a bit of Istanbul. However, he's in meetings all day and it is no fun to roam around all alone after a white. Besides, Rohan's mom called me back. She was planning a party and the new daughter-in-law had to be there. So pretty, one of her friends had said. Good, you brought a girl from India. They listened to you, said another. The 6th of September 2007 he came home drunk. He tried to hit me. Why didn't you take my call, he yelled. I was in music class. I had told him. I had messaged him right after. It's midnight, Rohan. What kind of business meetings happen so late? Shut the fuck up, bitch. What do you know about work? You will not talk to me like this. I turned around and walked away from him. You will not walk away from me like this. You learn to talk and I will stay put. I'm not drunk, he slurred. I turned to him. For your information, I'm 20. I was studying in college. I left it to marry you. You left it to live like a queen. Rohan, I said and paused to compose myself. I had a good life in India, too. Samani Infra owned between 3 brothers versus my business. Girl, what are you comparing? I am not comparing anything. I want you to stop making me out to be this gold digger. He staggered and sat on the oversized grotesque sofa in the drawing room. Sit, he said, patting the seat next to him. I complied. Mom said you didn't talk to her properly when you were leaving home today. Of course I did. Is she lying? I was late for class. She wanted me to go with her to the salon. I said we could go tomorrow. You don't say that to my mother. Ever. I had a class, Rohan. What class? You haven't even got admitted to a college. Yes, that's next year. I have joined prep classes for music. It isn't that easy to get admitted to one of these colleges. I've told you all this before. Rohan went up to the bar. He picked up a bottle. Stop, I said and tried to take the bottle from him. What the fuck? Rohan said. Let go. Now. He pushed me hard. I lost my balance and slipped. He bent over me. Don't touch me, I said and pushed him away. I miss home. I miss college. I miss not being told how to speak to someone else's mother. Good night, journal. It is a good thing you aren't married. The 7th of September 2007 he has apologized. He said work stress was getting to him. I have a long way to go, Ria. I am nothing compared to the big hotel moguls of the world. Why do you have to be a big hotel mogul? I said. But he began to speak of his mother. She's suffered a lot in life. My father did not treat her well. I want to be there for her. Hangovers make him senti. 11 January 2008 wear only Indian clothes. Can you believe this? This is what Rohan's mom said to me today. If it makes her happy, do it. What difference does it make? Rohan had said, as he chose from his 24 pairs of shoes this morning. Why? I said. It isn't like I don't like Indian clothes. The point is, why does she get to tell me what to wear? You can get the best Indian designer clothes. You want me to send the hotel concierge? He will take you to the boutiques. That's not the point, Rohan, I said. Stop fussing. Her friends have certain expectations of her bahu. You nudged in yesterday wearing a short dress. It was a regular dress, almost to my knees. Anyway, what if it was short? What is this? A family dress code. He snapped his fingers at me. Do it. Don't argue. This is what they call marital bliss, I guess. The 18th of March 2008 I made a mistake. A big mistake. I can't be in denial anymore. I made a mistake marrying Rohan. The 11th of June 2008 he slapped me in front of his mother, thrice. She didn't stop him. She kind of liked it. He even pulled my hair. Should I go into the details? I don't think so. What is the point? Drunk husband, mother-in-law finding something to be pissed off about. This time it was about me seemingly ignoring her when she called me 5 times. I had headphones on, and was listening to my music tapes. Mother and son lectured me on how lucky I was, that Rohan was at least 20 times richer than my dad, and if I didn't behave there would be consequences. But now comes the real news. Rohan was sleeping when his plum buzzed at 3 a.m. He didn't wake up. It buzzed again. I feared if he woke Lif he would fight with me again. I was enjoying the night's silence. So I walked up to the bedside table and picked up his phone to put it on silent. It buzzed again. A WhatsApp message flashed in the notifications. It was from someone called Kristen. Miss your body, honey. Wish I had you with me tonight. Kristen had sent pictures of her body too. I came back to bed. I didn't feel bad. In fact, I felt light. I had to make a tough decision, and that decision had just been made for me. Legible entry #5. The 13th of June, 2008. My marriage is over. I left London without telling anyone and came home. I landed in Delhi this morning. When I told Mom everything, she wanted me to take the next flight back, and she had to call Dad. I told her I had decided I was not going back, no matter what Dad said. He seemed so nice, Dad said at dinner without looking at me. I explained Rohan to them. Rohan liked to conquer. Whether it is a hotel property or his wife, he liked the thrill of chasing more than what he chased. I said no to him. He had to have me. Once he did, he didn't care. I said I skipped some stuff. I didn't say how he used to force himself on me when he was drunk. I didn't say anything about Rohan's mother asking her son to teach me a lesson, or about Kristen. Rohan's mother controls him. And she doesn't like me is all I said. Women have to learn to adjust, Beta, my mother said. Adjust. How does one adjust to violence? I lifted my left hand to show her the swelling. Rohan had pushed me and I had broken my wrist. What will people say? Mom blurted out. Let's find out. Legible entry set #6. The 17th of February, 2009. Sometimes you need a knock on the head to come back to your senses. I received it hard knock today. I don't know what happened to me yesterday. I kissed Madhav on the roof of his Havli. It made me forget reality. I started dreaming. And how the dream crashed. Just when those silly feelings of this seems so right started to take root, Rani Saha brought me back to my senses. The signs were already there. How could I forget those disapproving glances from her in the living room? How idiotic of me to open up to her. Just because she was Madhav's mom, I thought she would also accept my past like Madhav did. She fed me Litikokha. It didn't mean she liked me. Are you the girl he was involved with in college? She asked me in the school staff room today, when Madhav went to take his class. I didn't know what to say. I had no idea what Madhav had told her about me. We were good friends, yes, I said. And now, she said. Friends only. Nothing else, Auntie, I said, a stammer in my voice. I know my son. He will get involved with you again. Auntie, we do like each other, but stay out of his life, she said shortly. Auntie, but she stared at me. You are divorced. You must be desperate for another man. My son is handsome and a prince here. Of course, I can sense your plans. Plans. It is so easy for your type. One man didn't work out, so get another. If it were not Madhav's mother, I would have snapped back. I controlled myself. I don't want anyone, I said. Then leave him. He is too weak for you. I expect nothing, I said. She handed me a tissue when she saw my tears. He does. Rani Saha folded her hands. He is all I have. If you stay here, he will never move on. You may be a big shot in Delhi. However, the Prince of Dumron won't be with a mayor where I divorcee. Respect in society is also worth something, she said. I wasn't respectable, I guess. What do you want me to do? Stop meeting him. That won't be enough. He won't stop chasing you. You have done Mayajal on him. Before I could answer, Madhav arrived. He pulled me by my hand to take me to the classroom. Mayajal, an illusory trap. Nice one, Rani Saha. The 5th of March, 2009. I'm in Delhi. Dad passed away last night. I saw him in the ICU yesterday afternoon. He could barely talk. He said I had to meet Gupta uncle, his lawyer. I went to Gupta uncle's office. He told me my father had stashed away some money for me in a secret account. Don't tell your brothers or anyone at home. They may sue and the matter will be stuck in the courts for years, Gupta uncle said. I signed the papers. I remained silent during the funeral. I was in two minds. I knew why Dad was giving me the money. It was hush money, money for me to go away from his mind, from his conscience, from his guilt. But I told myself to be practical. I will need the money where I'm going. Also, maybe I was ready to forget and move on. Not forgive, but forget. The 14th of April, 2009. I leave in 3 days. No more drama. No more dealing with another boy's mother. I don't want anyone's pity either. I am a divorcee. If that makes me tainted, so be it. I am not upset with Rani Saba. I came to Patna to be alone. Madhav happened. Yes, he's nice. I know he loves me, and is falling for me more and more every day. I like him, too. Is that why I said yes to a job in Patna? Did I do so in the hope of meeting him again? Perhaps. To be loved and to love is nice. However, right now, more than love, I want peace. Madhav won't get it. He won't let go if I explain all this to him. I have been through it. He hasn't. He won't stop pursuing me. The simplest way out is if he thinks I am no longer an option. I had a minor infection in Dumron. So far, I have pretended it hasn't healed. Hence, when I leave, it will be more believable. Sure, he will be upset. However, he will get over it eventually and marry a princess sooner or later, who will come to him without a past, without deep dark secrets. My fingers shake as I write this. I must stay strong. I have to type my parting note. I am faking my illness. Maybe I can at least be honest in my last letter and tell him how I feel about him. He's coming home for the final rehearsal, it will be our last night together. Is it wrong if I make him stay over? 35. Chanakya Hotel, Patna. Madhav continued to stare at the last page long after he had read it, fists clenched. What? He burst out and went silent. He turned his gaze from the journal to me. What is this, Chetan sir, he said. Your friend's journals, remember? I said. He slammed the notebook shut, and took rapid shallow breaths. He buried his face in his hands, ran fingers through his thick, uncombed hair. He remained still until I touched his shoulder. Are you all right? I said. He looked at me in a dazed way. His face had turned an intense shade of red. She's alive, he mumbled. That is what it seems like, I said. She's alive, he said again. His body began to shake uncontrollably. So you see why I called you. You said she's dead. You wanted to throw these journals away. How could she lie? Such a big lie. The bitch. He fought back tears. Madhav, you said you loved her. What kind of language is this? He said and stopped, unable to finish the sentence, the thought. You're in shock. She always does this. She runs away. The only way she deals with issues is by running away. He broke down then, tears in his stubble. It took me years to get over her. I have still not healed, how could she? He muttered to himself. At least you found out, I said. She didn't want me to. She wanted to dump me again. She wanted to protect herself. And you? Me. How did this protect me? She didn't want to be a burden in your life. Ria could never be a burden in my life. She was my life, Madhav matter-of-factly. I handed him a tissue. He crushed it in his hand instead of wiping his eyes. Aren't you happy she's alive? I should be, but all I feel is anger right now. I can understand. 2 years. Not a single day when I didn't think of her. What are you going to do, Madhav? I said. He ignored my question. When she left, I almost needed to be treated for depression, he said, mostly to himself. You went through a lot. Chetan sir, does what she did seem fair to you? I guess not. But life is complicated sometimes. She seemed to have her reasons. My mother. How is it even an issue? In fact, even my mother says Ria Maiden look more alive than anyone else. Ria had a bad experience. Once bitten and all that. I'm not Rohan. Like always, I had become over-involved in a situation. I needed to get home. It was Madhavja who had to plan what to do next. He seemed lost in thought. I stood up to pack my bags. Can I stay for some more time, he said. Sure, I said, shrugging my shoulders. He went to a corner of the room to make a phone call. I zipped up my suitcase. He returned after a few minutes. I called her home in Delhi. Her mother says she has not heard from her in years, Madhav said. She really has disappeared from everywhere, I said. I lifted my bag from the bed and placed it on the ground. I pulled out the rod of my trolley. I'm sorry. This is the only flight to Mumbai today. Thank you for whatever you did. I did nothing. Can I accompany you to the airport? Asterisk we sat in the car in silence. He spoke after passing 2 traffic signals. I'll find her, Madhav said in a calm but decisive voice. I looked at him. Are you serious? Yes. Where could she be? I have a hunch. She always used to mention her dream. To be a singer in a small bar in New York. So, if she has cut herself off from the entire world, wouldn't she finally want to pursue her dream? How can you be sure? We're in New York. Or maybe she found another city. Or maybe she is doing something else. I said. So you think I shouldn't look? I'm just being realistic. Sorry, I didn't mean to discourage you. We remained silent for the rest of the drive. We reached the Lok Nayak Jayaprakash airport. He helped me load my bag on the trolley. I told myself to withdraw from this situation. I couldn't. Keep in touch, I said, as the security guard at the entrance checked my photo ID and ticket. I will, sir. You really are going to look for her? Yes, sir. Even though you may never find her and end up in more pain. He nodded. I can't quit, sir. It's not in my genes to do so. 36. After Chetan Bhagat left, I remained in Patna for a while. I met as many people as I could from Ria's past. First, I went to her old office. She resigned but did not tell us her plans. Mohini, her ex-colleague at Nestle, told me. Did she seem sick? Not really, Mohini said. I visited East India Travels, the agency Nestle's staff used. You remember Ria Samani? She worked at Nestle's Patna office 2 years ago, I said. Pretty girl, said Ajay, the young agent at the travel agency. Extremely pretty, I corrected him. Madam did use this agency. Her father had become quite sick. Round trip to Delhi, right? Ajay said. Yes, anything after that? I said. Ajay pounded his keyboard. He shook his head a couple of times. Anything. Trying, Ajay said and spoke after a minute. I have something. She took another flight to Delhi. One way. On the 17th of April 2009. I checked the screen. She had flown out the same day as the Bill Gates talk. I went to the car hire company. However, they didn't maintain old records. So they had no idea. I went to Kotak Mahindra Bank, where Ria had her salary credited. I met Roshan Joshi, the branch manager. Client information is confidential, he said. She disappeared. I'm trying to find her. Is she missing? Do you have a police report? We could help then. She went on her own. Sir, how can I reveal someone's bank account information? I hated doing this, but I called MLA Ajar from the branch manager's office. Ajar loved to do favors, so he could ask for one in return later. He asked the Patna City MLA to give Roshan a call. 5 minutes later, I had Ria's accounts. Sorry, I didn't know you knew our MLA, sir, Roshan said. I scanned her statements. On the 14th of April, Ria had withdrawn the entire balance of 3.5 lakhs. The transaction had FX written next to it. What is FX? I said. Roshan looked at the account statement. It's foreign exchange conversion. She has withdrawn the funds in another currency. Which currency? US dollars. To travel to the US. I said. The lamp of hope flickered in me. We don't know. Indians often take US dollars to whichever country they are visiting, and change it there. She has traveled abroad. Right. That's likely. I left the bank and called Ajay at East India Travels. Ajay, Madhavja here. I need to book a flight to Delhi, please. Asterisk. Lucky girl, Samantha said. Is she? I said. Married at 19. Divorced at 20. Samantha and I sat in the American diner at the India Habitat Center in Delhi. She swirled the straw in her orange juice as I told her Ria's story. That is indeed tragic, she said. However, she is lucky to have you love her so much. I smiled. Madhav, most girls would kill for a lover like you. I would, Samantha said. Thanks, I said. She took a deep breath. The waiter came without food, a chicken burger and a large order of French fries. Anyway, so what can I do for you? Samantha said, a fry in one hand. I have to find her. Nobody seems to know where she is. That's not a great place to start. Any clues? I have a hunch. Like an intuition. Well, a guess. A decent calculated guess. She could be in New York. Oh, really? That's my city. I'm not sure. I have to first confirm it is the US. How? The US consulate. I need to find out if they issued a visa to Ria Samani. Do you have contacts there, through your American circle in Delhi? I do. But that sort of stuff is confidential. I don't need details. I just need to know if they issued a visa to her and when. It's difficult. That's why I've come to you. She finished every single fry as she considered my request. She took out her phone and flipped through the contacts list. There's Angela at the US consulate. We hang out sometimes. I can't promise anything. That's fine. Whatever is possible. Asterisk the best rural school in Bihar. That is super news, Madhav. You have any documents to show that the centimeter said that? Michael Young, the CEO of Gates Foundation India, said. I sat in his sunny office. It had a view of the trees on Lodi Road. Over the last 2 years, I had interacted with Michael on several occasions, and received delegations on his behalf to my school. I have local newspaper articles. I can send you scanned copies, one said. That would be wonderful. Little me will look good to my bosses in New York, Michael said and winked at me. Americans can make you feel you are their best friend in the whole world. I need a favor, Michael, I said. Sure. I need to be in New York for a while. Can the foundation give me a job, an internship, anything for a few months? Michael raised his eyebrows. Really? Yes. I will go anyway. However, it will help if I have a base there and some income to survive. Bihar to New York. Is everything okay? You seemed so passionate about your school. I am. I need to look for someone in New York. That's all. Of course, an internship would be a great experience. Michael tugged at his lower lip. Well, I will put you in touch with people in the US, Michael said and put in a word, too. Thanks, Michael, I said and shook his hand. No problem. Don't forget to send me the scanned articles, he said. Asterisk. The things you make me do, Samantha said. She passed me a sheet of paper. It was early in the morning in Lodi Gardens, next to her office. Brisk morning walkers strode past us. I looked at the sheet. It was a copy of a US visa. She applied, and the consulate granted her a visa on 5 April. Thanks, Samantha. My friend could get into a lot of trouble for this. I owe you, I said. She looked at me with her deep gray eyes. No, you don't. Hope this is helpful. It tells me my hunch could be right. But it doesn't say which city in the US. Or if she went at all. New York. She always wanted to go there. Ah, no wonder, Michael said. You have applied for an internship there. Act 3. New York. 37. Name, the officer at the immigration counter said. Madhav Jha, I said, wondering why he didn't just read it on my passport. Mr. Jha, what is the purpose of your visit to the United States? He flipped the pages of my passport, blank except for my new US visa. To find the love of my life, I wanted to say. I'm interning with the Gates Foundation in New York. Documentation, please. I took out a plastic folder from my rucksack. It had my internship offer letter, confirming my stipend of $3,000 a month. I also had certification from Michael's office, the cash advance the foundation had given me, and my visa documents. The immigration officer examined my file. Where will you be staying in New York, sir? With friends. On the Upper East Side, 83rd Street and 3rd Avenue. The officer fumbled with my passport for a few seconds. He picked up a stamp. The bam sounded like a gunshot, to indicate that my race to find Ria had begun. Asterisk. I took a yellow taxi from JFK Airport towards Manhattan, the main island. That forms the city of New York. It was my first trip outside India, and the first thing I noticed was the color of the sky. It was a crisp, crystal clear blue. One never sees such a sky in India. I can understand India is dusty, but why is our sky less blue? Or is it the dust in the air that prevents us from seeing it? The second thing that hit me was the silence. The taxi sped on a road filled with traffic. However, nobody honked, not even at signals. The silence almost made my ears hurt. Initially, I only saw row houses and brick-colored warehouses, nothing quite as impressive as I had imagined. However, 30 minutes from the airport, the taxi reached the Brooklyn Bridge, over the Hudson River. One had to cross this bridge to reach Manhattan. The bridge resembled the Howrah Bridge of Kolkata I had seen on TV, only bigger and cleaner. On the other side, 1,000 skyscrapers loomed. Literally one tall building after another dotted the entire city. We crossed the bridge and entered Manhattan. Welcome to the Big Apple, said the taxi driver in an American accent. Are you from here? I said. Now, yes. Originally from Amritsar, he said. I looked at the taxi driver's name, Balwinder Singh. Okay, not quite as exotic as I had imagined. In Manhattan, I saw people, busy people. Early morning joggers, people going to office in suits, children on their way to school. The city seemed like a maze, with crisscrossing streets and avenues. If one were to get lost here, it would take years to be found again. It's all arranged in one grid. The driver said. You going to Upper East, yeah? Yes, please, I said and handed him the address. Asterisk. Madhav Joe. You made it, Shailesh squealed in excitement as he opened the door. I struggled to catch my breath. I had climbed 3 floors with a backpack and a heavy suitcase. These are pre-war buildings, Shailesh said. He dragged my suitcase into the apartment from before the Second World War. You get higher ceilings and more character. However, the lift breaks down every week. He took me to the guest room of his 3-bedroom apartment, which looked high-end and was done up in an ethnic Indian style with brass Ganeshas and Madhubani paintings of Krishna. Shailesh had done an MBA from Harvard after Stevens. He had joined Goldman Sachs, a top Wall Street investment bank. He shared the apartment with his girlfriend, Jyoti, whom he had met at Harvard. Jyoti worked at Morgan Stanley, another Wall Street investment bank. The size of the apartment told me the banks paid them well. Dark circles under Shailesh's eyes told me they also made him work hard. M&O, that's mergers and acquisitions, Shailesh said, telling me about his work. We sat in his living room. I had reached early, at 6:30 in the morning. Shailesh was ready for work, wearing a grey suit and a dark blue silk tie. He ate breakfast cereal with milk and slipped on his leather loafers. Sorry, I'm rushing, Shailesh said. Jyoti and I catch the 7 a.m. subway to work. Catch up in the evening, okay? No problem, I said. I need to rest anyway. I'm so tired. Try not to sleep. It will help you adjust to the jet lag, Shailesh said. The 10-hour difference in time zones meant my body wanted to sleep while New York City had just woken up. Jyoti! Shailesh shouted. Coming, a female voice in a thick American accent came from one of the bedrooms. Shailesh, if you can put me in touch with a real estate broker, I started to say. He interrupted me. Are you crazy? You're here for a short while. It's an internship, right? 3 months. I can't stay with you that long. Why not? You relax here. I have to go to London tomorrow, but we are definitely catching up tonight. Shailesh finished his breakfast and took the plates to the kitchen sink. You've changed so much, Shailesh. We sat in shorts doing a dar all day in Stevens. Now, suits, hi-fi banker life, New York City, I said. He laughed. Times change, lives change. You have to move on, pal. I thought about Shailesh's statement. I nodded, even though in half agreement. Jyoti, a thin, 5 feet 6 inches tall girl, appeared. She wore a formal black skirt and shirt with a jacket. Hi, Madhav. Have heard so much about you, Jyoti said and extended her hand. She sounded like Samantha, except she had brown skin and black eyes. Me too. Sorry to bother you until I find an apartment. Stay as long as you want. Work keeps us so busy. At least someone can use the place, Jyoti said and turned to Shailesh. You ready to go, honey? Shailesh nodded. Asterisk. LL unpacked my clothes in the guest room while making plans for the next couple of days. The internship did not start until the day after. I wondered if any live music bars would be open now. I lay down for 5 minutes and woke up 5 hours later, disoriented. Jet lag had made me lose track of time and space. I needed a local SIM card. I checked the dollars in my wallet, picked up the house keys and left. Asterisk. Manhattan has a grid-like structure. Numbered streets run north to south. The wider avenues run from east to west. Shailesh's home on 3rd Avenue and 83rd Street was close to Central Park, which had its eastern side on 5th Avenue. The park, a landmark of the city, is 3.5 square kilometers in area and runs all the way from 60th Street in the south to 120th Street up north, and 5th Avenue on the east to 9th Avenue on the west. The park helped me orient myself. Its southern tip had shops where I could buy a SIM card. I walked west from 3rd to 5th Avenue, and then down south 23 blocks from 83rd Street to 60th Street. In 20 minutes, I reached the southeast corner of the park. I found a row of shops, including a store called T-Mobile. Asterisk. The T-Mobile salesperson offered me a SIM card with a 3G data plan. If you take a 2-year contract, LL can also give you a free iPhone. I'm not here that long, I said. I agreed to rent a touchscreen phone along with a voice and data plan. It'll take 20 minutes to activate, the salesperson said. I left the shop and walked back north towards Central Park. I had not eaten anything for hours. I scanned the various cafes and delis, each displaying their lunch specials. Most dishes cost close to $10 each. A van parked outside Central Park sold bagels, a donut-shaped bread stuffed with cream cheese or other fillings. It cost only $3, including a cold drink. I got a bagel with cream cheese, tomatoes and onions. A giant-sized Coke came along with it. I sat on an empty bench outside Central Park and watched tourists walk past. New York City looked beautiful and clean. The first day you spend out of India in a developed country takes a while to sink in. The swanky buildings, the smooth roads, the gleaming shops and the lack of noise, nobody blares horns for some reason, make you feel like you have entered a fairy tale where nothing can ever go wrong. I ate my lunch on the park bench. A 3G sign on the corner of my phone screen indicated I had network. I typed in my first Google search, live music venues in New York City. The internet worked fine. The search results weren't fine. Literally thousands of places popped up. The first link directed me to the website of Time Out magazine. That site itself had a top 100 list of the best live music venues in the city. In Patna, you would be lucky to find one place that played live music. In Dumron, the only way you could hear live music at a bar is if you yourself sang. In New York City, however, there is an endless number of places. I sat on the Central Park bench and examined the tall buildings around me. I felt small and insignificant. It's a live music venue in one city, how difficult can it be? Is what I had told myself before coming here. Now it didn't seem easy at all. I went to Google Maps. It showed my current location as 59th Street and 6th Avenue. It also showed me to be a 3-kilometer walk away from Shailsh's house. A cold breeze penetrated my Bihar-strength sweater. I crossed my arms and held them close to my chest. You are so stupid, Madhav, I said to myself as I walked north on 5th Avenue, along the edge of the park. On a whim, I had packed my bags and come to this cold city. A gust of wind left my face numb. I can't do this, I said. I took deep breaths. I reminded myself of old basketball matches, which I had won with sheer willpower. One street, one avenue, one bar at a time, Madhav. 38. You bagged a Gates Foundation grant. Incredible, Jyoti said. We ate chapatis and chana masala for dinner at Shailsh's house on my first night in New York. My school did. They liked the good work the team had done, I said. It's him, Shailsh said. He cracked it. Bill Gates himself saw the school and proposed the grant. Jyoti said, can this internship lead to a full-time job in New York? I don't want a job, I said. You're doing it for the experience. Shailsh said. It's for. Well, there is another reason. I said and turned silent. I looked at Jyoti. Shailsh understood my hesitation. You want to tell me later, he said. Buddy secrets, is it? Jyoti smiled. I smiled back. Jyoti stood up to go to the kitchen. Whatever you tell me, I will end up telling her, Shailsh said and looked at her. She blew him a kiss. All right then. Sit, Jyoti, I said. Jyoti sat down again, very attentive. I am here to look for someone, I said. Look for? Jyoti said. You don't have his contact? Her. No, I don't. I'm not even sure she's here. Ah, her. It's about a girl. Isn't it always? Jyoti said. Who? Shailsh said. Ria, I said. Ria. Who? Ria Samani. Shailsh said. Well, yes, I said. Shailsh let out a whistle. What the fuck, Shailsh said. Really? You're in New York looking for Ria Samani? He started to laugh. Who is Ria Samani? Clearly she has created some excitement here, Jyoti said. His, well, how do I say it? Well, kind of your ex-girlfriend, right? Half girlfriend, ex-half girlfriend, I said. That was ages ago, Shailsh said, sounding confused. Didn't she get married to her cousin in London or something? She dropped out, right? It wasn't her cousin. It was Rohan, a family friend and Rocky brother. Not a cousin. I hate it when college rumors get blown out of proportion. Sorry, I don't remember the details. She messed with you, man, and flew away to London with her husband, Shailsh said. I smiled. There's more to that story. A lot more. Want to hear it? I said. Jyoti and Shailsh nodded. They listened with rapt attention. I told them everything. I ended my story at 10 in the night. Jyoti turned to Shailsh. I had no idea Indian men could be so romantic, she said. What do you mean? Shailsh said, looking wounded. You don't walk me to my office from the subway stop, Jyoti said. And here are people coming halfway across the world to find lost love. Come on, Jyoti. Everything is not an excuse to nag, Shailsh said and turned to me. But, boss, you are mind-blowing. Still chasing that chick after, what, 7 years? That's so romantic, Juti said dreamily. It's also stupid, Shailesh said. Shailesh. Juti said. I'm just being protective of my friend. He's right, I said, interrupting Shailesh. I am being stupid. But I can't help it, she means everything to me. Everything. You thought she was dead. You survived, right? Shailesh said. Survived, yes, lived, no. Juti sighed. Shailesh gave up. He got us a bottle of red wine and 3 glasses. You guys have to wake up early, I said as I took a sip. Feel free to go to bed. No worries, Shailesh said. What is your plan? I will step out now. Now. Juti said, gulping down her wine. I will start with live music venues on the Upper East Side. This late? Juti said. Nothing starts before 10 anyway, I said. I finished my glass and stood up. It's New York City. Every block has bars with live music. Shailesh said. I'll have to visit every block, I guess, I said. You are mad. Shailesh said. Depends on how you look at it, I said. Meaning? You wake up at 6 and put on a suit. You reach office at 7:30 in the morning and work 13 hours a day. Some may find that pretty mad. I get rewarded for it, bro. In dollars. Rhea is my ultimate reward, I said. Shailesh had no answer. You need a warmer jacket, wait forward / Juti said. She rummaged in a cupboard and came back with a leather jacket with a down filling. Thanks, I said. I walked out of the apartment and shut the door behind me. Inside, I could hear Shailesh say, you think he needs a psychiatrist? * Google Maps doesn't judge lunatic lovers. It simply gave me results when I looked for live music bars near me. The first suggestion was Brandy's Piano Bar on 84th Street, between 2nd and 3rd Avenue, a mere 5-minute walk away. I reached Brandy's, a tiny bar one would miss if one wasn't looking for it. A 2-drink minimum policy applied to all customers. I didn't want to have drinks. I just wanted to meet the management and find out the list of singers. Sir, you need to order 2 drinks, the waitress told me, chewing gum. I realized I would need a better way to do this. For now, I found the cheapest drink on the menu. 2 Budweiser beers, please. A makeshift stage had a piano on it. I had entered during a break. 10 minutes later, a singer called Matt came and took his seat. Hi guys, lovely to see you all again, let's start with Aerosmith, Matt said. The crowd broke into cheers. I guessed Aerosmith was a popular hand. Matt sang in a slow, clear voice. My English practice meant I could catch a few words, I could stay awake just to hear you breathing. Watch you smile while you are sleeping. Customers swung their heads from side to side. Matt sang and played the piano at the same time. Don't wanna close my eyes, I don't wanna fall asleep. 'Cause I'd miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing. I didn't want to fall asleep either. I wanted to stay up all night and look for Rhea in as many bars as I could. I opened my Google Maps app again. The streets of Manhattan seemed manageable on the phone screen. In reality, this was a megacity of millions. She may not even be in New York, a soft voice in my head told me. It was the only sensible voice I had left. As always, I ignored it. I focused on the music. I felt the pain of the singer who couldn't bear to sleep, as 2 would mean missing moments with his lover. I went up to the cashier and asked for the manager. When he arrived, I posed my standard list of questions. I've come from India looking for a lost friend. All I know is she's probably a singer at a bar in New York. Can you tell me who your singers are? Too many, my friend. The schedule is on the notice board. You know her name, the manager said. Her real name is Rhea. No such name, I'm pretty sure. She may have changed it for the stage, I said. That's a tough search then, my friend. She's tall, slim and pretty. Long hair, well, at least when I saw her last. This is a city of tall, slim and pretty people. Indian, she's an Indian singer in a New York bar. She sings Bollywood. I would check the Indian restaurants. Unlikely. She liked Western music. Do you remember seeing any Indian singer at your bar? The manager thought for a few seconds. He shook his head. Sorry, mate. The schedule is there. See if something rings a bell. I walked to the notice board. I saw the timetable for various gigs all month. The singers' descriptions did not suggest anyone like Rhea. The waitress gave me the bill for 2 beers. She added a 20% tip to it. 20%. It's New York, she said, glaring. I later learned that tipping wasn't optional in New York. I left Brandy's and visited a couple of other bars in the neighborhood. There was Marty O'Brien's on 87th Street in 2nd Avenue. It had more rock bands than singers. Uptown Restaurant and Lounge on 88th Street had its schedule placed outside. I could only find 2 female singers. Both were American, the doorman told me. The posh Carlisle Hotel, all the way down on 76th Street, had a bar called Bimmelman's. Drinks cost $15 each, excluding the tip. I sat on a small couch in the corner of the bar and stayed away from the waiter to avoid placing an order. The singer, a beautiful, 6-foot-tall blonde American woman, sang a love song, "I have loved you for 1,000 years, I will love you for 1,000 more." A waiter came up to me to take my order. I told him I had to leave for some urgent work. I stood up. "By the way, do you have other female singers here?" I said. "A couple of them. They alternate. Anybody who looks Indian?" "I couldn't tell, sir," the waiter said. Americans don't like to take a shot at answering questions they don't know, unlike Indians, who pretty much know everything about everything. "Tall, really pretty girl who looks Indian?" "No, sir. Only 2 black singers, and 2 Caucasian ones." Even at midnight, on a weekday, the place was packed. Everyone around me seemed incredibly happy. They clinked glasses and laughed at jokes. They probably didn't know of Bihar's existence. Neither would they know how it felt to love someone for 1,000 years, as the singer crooned. I did. 39. The Gates Foundation's head office in the United States is in Seattle. It is where Microsoft is based and where Bill Gates lives. Apart from that, they have an East Coast office in Washington. In New York, they often work with their partners on various projects. Since I had insisted on New York, Michael had given me a place on a foundation project with the United Nations. The UN World Headquarters is located in Midtown New York. On my first day to work, I walked to the 86th Street station on Lexington Avenue. I took train number 4 and got down at Grand Central Station on 42nd Street, walking half a mile to the massive United Nations Plaza complex. After a 3-layered security process, I reached the office of the UNFPA, or the United Nations Population Fund. "Mr. Joe, welcome. Come in." A 40-year-old black man twice my width met me in the reception area. I entered an office filled with books and reports. Olera Lokris from Uganda. Worked with the Population Fund for 10 years. I will be your mentor. The Gates Foundation had granted $57 million to the UNFPA to educate youth on preventing HIV/AIDS in African countries. I had to make a report on the project's progress. Of course, I had no experience either in Africa, or in making a report. I run a school in Bihar, India. I'm sorry, but this Africa and HIV research is all new to me. Olera smiled. His white teeth glistened in his large face. "Don't worry. Making reports is much easier than running an actual school," he said. Olera spent the rest of the afternoon explaining the various databases maintained in the project to me. Ghana, Uganda, Tanzania and Botswana are the 4 main countries of focus, he said. He briefed me on other logistical and administrative issues related to my internship. He also told me that work hours would be from 9 to 5, with a lunch break in between. "First time in New York?" Olera said. "Yes." "Good, I will take you out for a drink after work," "Sure," I said. "Any preferences?" "Any place with live music," I said. Asterisk. 1 month later. "Dude, no. Please. I can't take this," Shailesh said. He pushed the envelope back towards me. I had placed $1,000 inside. "It's been a month, Shailesh. I feel obligated," I said. "Would I pay you rent if I came to Dumron?" he said. "No, but you are paying rent here. So let me contribute." "Don't be stupid. You are hardly here. You come home at 3 every night. You leave at 8. We barely feel your presence." Shailesh was right. We had not met the entire week, even though we lived in the same house. "How's work?" he said. "What exactly is your project?" "Tracking the progress of AIDS awareness initiatives in Botswana." "Sounds noble." "I don't know about noble. All I know is I only have 2 months left and there's still no sign of Ria." Shailesh tilted his box of cereal. The box label said Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Little sugar-coated squares fell into his milk. "You are chasing an illusion," he said. "Maybe. How many bars have you visited in the last month?" I flipped through my notebook where I kept track of all my visits. 100 plus. "Close to 200, I said. Apart from actual visits, I had also called up 500 other music venues. Nobody had heard of a singer called Ria. Shailesh gasped. He covered his mouth with his hand to prevent food from spilling out. He waited a few seconds to chew the contents in his mouth before he spoke again. "Madhav, I love you as a friend, so I am saying it. You have to stop this. She is gone." Wish her happiness. Move on. I will. But only after I feel that I've tried my best. 2 more months. I would say end it now. And why go back in 2 months? Is there a chance of a full-time assignment with the UN? I don't know. I've never really showed an interest. Stop living in the past. Make a new life. Look for work here and meet other people. I smiled and nodded. He made sense. I was not interested in sense. He finished his breakfast, slipping on his shoes. He said, come out with us sometime, Juti has many lovely single friends. Sure. Let me know if you're going to a live music venue. Shailesh looked at me and laughed. Mad you are, he said. Anyway, I better leave or I'll miss my train. I had a 1-hour lunch break at the UN. Most days I ate a sandwich from the subway or Starbucks outside. Since Shailesh had refused to take rent, I had enough money to even have a cappuccino later. I had found a fixed corner seat at Starbucks from which to make my calls. Hi, is this the West Village Talent House? I said, yes. It is. An older lady with a heavy American accent said, can I speak to the manager? May I ask what this is about? I'm looking for a singer. We have lots of them. Did you check our website? Yes, I did. However, I am looking for someone specific not listed there. Didn't get you, honey. Well, it's a girl, Indian origin. She is in her early 20s. Her real name is Ria. I don't think she uses that on stage. I can't help you with such limited information. Did you see her perform somewhere? Well, no. Actually, she is an old friend. I am trying to locate her. Sorry, getting another call, bye. She hung up. I had another sip from my venti-sized cup, which held over half a liter of coffee. Americans are into size, whether it is their cars, bodies or food. I had 10 minutes of lunch break left. I called a few more bars and one more talent agency. Finally, I made a route plan to visit 6 bars in the evening around the Tribeka area. 40. No Indian singer here. I'm sorry, she said. I had come to Tribeka Nation, a small bar with 30 seats and a tiny stage for solo vocalists. The singer had just finished her performance. I had gone up to her and told her I loved her voice. I asked her if she would have a few minutes to sit with me. She looked at me suspiciously. I just have some questions. Nothing else, I had told her. She ordered a Jack Daniel's whiskey and Diet Coke, and urged me to try the same. Erica was 22 years old. She was from Rhode Island, a state north of New York. She wanted to act in a Broadway play, and tried her luck at auditions during the day. At night, she earned a living through singing gigs. I finished high school and came here. I looked at her. No college, sorry. She grinned. Over the past few weeks, I had learned a thing or two about Americans. If they wanted something, they went for it. They didn't think about the risks so much. Which Indian parent would allow a girl to sing in bars at night after class 12, I wondered. I really need to find this girl, I said, now 2 whiskeys down and more talkative. Love makes us do crazy things, she said. Well, I am going a little crazy. Love. She laughed. At least it keeps us singers in business. I gave her Ria's description. You spoke to agents? As many as I could. No luck yet. If she has a stage name, it can get quite difficult. Well, she is Indian. I am hoping someone will remember her. I have 2 months left. I'll let you know in case I spot someone. That would be helpful. I don't have your number. We shared contacts. She recommended other bars. Here she passed me a tissue she had scribbled names on. These are places that give new singers a chance. Thanks, I said. She's a lucky girl, Erica said. It's me who needs some luck now, I said. Asterisk 1.5 months later, see you at Pilo's then. At 7th Street and 1st Avenue. 8 o'clock. Shailesh ended the call. Pilo's is a high-end Greek restaurant located in the East Village. Earthen terracotta pots with spotlights dangled from the ceiling. In Bihar, nobody would think that the humble matki could play chandelier. Shailesh and Juti had invited me out to dinner. Juti had brought her friend Priya along, without warning me. Priya is a journalist with Al Jazeera in New York. We went to high school together, Juti said. Priya looked like she was in her early 20s. Fashionable glasses, slim figure, attractive. She wore a navy blue top with a white pencil skirt and a long silver chain that dangled down till her navel, which was visible when she stretched. This is Madhav. He's here on a United Nations project, Shailesh said. Cue for Priya and me to shake hands and smile. I told her about my internship and what I did back home in India. You run a rural Indian school. That is so cool, she said. Thanks, I said. We ordered a bottle of Greek wine. We also asked for moti seka, which is sauteed eggplant and tomato layered with caramelized onions, herbs and a cheese sauce. A mountain-shaped dish, piled with vegetables, arrived on our table. I ate a spoonful. This is like kokha, I said. Kokha? Priya said. It's a popular dish in Bihar. Which part of India are you from? I'm from Minnesota, she said. I realized that NRLs born in the US did not like being referred to as Indians. Oh, I said anyway. This is similar to a local dish we have. My parents are from Andhra Pradesh, she said. Shailesh refilled my glass of wine. Jyoti ordered more food. We had a trio of Greek dips, consisting of tzatziki, a thick yogurt dip, tiramisu, a dip made of fish eggs, and malitsa made with char-grilled eggplants and extra virgin Greek olive oil. It came with pita bread. I'm sorry, but this bread is also like our chapati, LL said. Yes, indeed. These are all flatbreads. From Greece and Turkey to the Middle East and all the way down to South Asia, flatbreads are popular, Priya said. Is she Wikipedia? Shailesh asked Jyoti and we all laughed. She is. Just be happy she's not discussing the Greek economic crisis because you came to a Greek place, Jyoti said. Oh no, please. I read enough economic reports in the bank, Shailesh said. Hey, I'm a nerd and a proud one. Cheers. Priya raised her glass. All of us lifted ours. Don't worry, UN boy, I won't bore you with my little nuggets of wisdom anymore, Priya said. She clinked her glass against mine. The girls decided to make a trip to the ladies' room together. Why do they go together for a solo activity? Like her. Shailesh said, after the girls had left. Ha. Priya. She's giving you the eye, dude. Isn't she hot? What? I said. You play your cards right and she can be yours. I shook my head. I'm not kidding, Shailesh said. Not interested. I'm not asking you to marry her. Take her out, have fun. Loosen up. Very funny, I hardly have any time left in New York, only 2 more weeks, all the more reason, don't go back without some romance. Or a score, he winked at me. I have a final report to finish, I haven't even started to pack. Plus, so many bars to go to, you won't give up on this Ria nonsense. I kept quiet and finished my 3rd glass of wine. You've visited or called over 1,000 places, Shailesh said, in 2 weeks it all ends anyway. I am tired, too. Just giving it my best shot, idiot you are, Shailesh said. We heard giggles as the girls returned. My friend here thinks you're a little serious. But hot in a brooding sort of way, Jyoti announced. Priya smacked Jyoti's arm. Shut up. You can't repeat. A private conversation, said Priya, blushing as she sat down again. Shailesh kicked my leg. Act, buddy, he seemed to say. The waiter brought us another bottle of wine. I poured my 4th glass. For dessert I would recommend a drained Greek yogurt served with fresh cherries, thyme-scented Greek honey and walnuts, the waiter said. The girls swooned over the description and ordered 2 servings. Where are we going next? Priya said. Well, we are the boring banker couple. We have early morning calls, Shailesh said. So we will head home. Why don't Madhav and you check out other places in the neighborhood? Sure, I don't mind. I could show Madhav the East Village area around Pylos. I used to live here earlier actually, I have other places to go to, I said. I did have 5 places on my list tonight. Madhav, the lady wants to go out, Shailesh said. He kicked me again under the table. Stop kicking me, I said. The wine had made me more confident. Jyoti looked startled by the sudden rise in my voice. I need to go. Thanks for dinner. What is my share? I stood up. My head felt heavy. I had drunk too much. Sit down, Madhav. We are trying to help you, Shailesh said. What am I? A fucking patient who needs help. My wine glass slipped from my hand and fell on the floor. There was shattered glass all over the floor. You do need help, Madhav. You're losing the plot, Shailesh said. Customers at other tables were looking at us. A waiter came to remove the broken glass. We should go. Shailesh, did you pay the hill? Jyoti said. Did I say something wrong? Priya said. No, Jyoti said to Priya. So what just happened? Priya said. The boys go back a long way. They have their way of talking. Don't worry about it. Shailesh took hold of my upper arm. He dragged me out of the restaurant. The cold December breeze hit us all. You are drunk, Shailesh said in a slow, deliberately calm voice. Let's take a cab home. We will drop Priya on the way. I am not drunk, I said, even though I found it hard to keep my balance on the icy street. You drank wine like water, Shailesh said. A yellow cab stopped next to us. The girls got in. Shailesh shoved me into the front seat. He sat behind with the girls. 83 Road and 3rd please, with a stop at 37th First, Jyoti said. I opened the front door of the car. I have to visit 5 bars, I said, and stepped out. Priya looked at Jyoti, confused. You are drunk. Come back in so we can leave. It's cold outside, Shailesh said, in a firm but annoyed voice. I am not drunk, I screamed, stumbling on the road and falling on all fours. I twisted my right ankle and it hurt like hell. Can you cut the drama and come back in? Shailesh said. The girls saw me wince and were about to step out when Shailesh stopped them. Are you coming or not? I'm running out of patience, bro, he said. I have to visit 5 bars, I said again, still wincing from the pain of the fall. Shoot, I, Shailesh said. He slammed the door shut and the cab zoomed off. A few cold drops fell on my face. I looked up at the sky. Little white snowflakes were falling everywhere. A homeless man offered a hand to help me stand up. Only the most pathetic can help the most pathetic. I have to visit 5 bars, I told the homeless man. 41. I'm so ashamed, I can't even look at you guys, I said, eyes down. I sat at the dining table in Shailesh's house. I had brought muffins, bagels, cream cheese, fresh orange juice, takeaway coffee and fruit from Dean and Deluca, a neighborhood deli. Shailesh did not respond. When did you come back? And when did you get so much food? Jyoti said. I came back at 6. I tried to sleep but the guilt wouldn't let me. So I went out and got breakfast. Jyoti said, you need not have bothered. We were so worried about you last night. No, we weren't, Shailesh cut Jyoti off. I said to her, sorry, Jyoti. I behaved like an ass in front of your friend. I embarrassed you guys. Luckily, I will be gone soon. Shailesh didn't say anything. He just stared at me without a word. Shailesh, I'm sorry. I had too much wine. I didn't know Greek wine was so potent. That's not the point, Madhav. We all get high and have fun. You disrespected us. Priya felt horrible. You ruined a special evening, I'm sorry. You are right. Did you see yourself? Staggering on the road screaming 5 more bars. What has happened to you? It's sinking in finally. I might never meet Riya again. It is the realization that my effort was a waste. It got to me yesterday. You are still visiting places. 5 bars, you kept saying. What the fuck, Madhav? I never went. I couldn't. I passed out. How did you get home? Jyoti said. I woke up shivering near a bus stop. Took a cab and came home. Jyoti and Shailesh looked at each other. You might be right, Shailesh. I may need a psychiatrist, I said. Shailesh gave me a sarcastic smile. Jyoti took the cream cheese and applied it on 3 bagels. I took a sip of black coffee. Anyway, guys, I'm sorry I lost control. I hurt you guys, after all you have done for me. Enough is enough. No more visiting live music venues. Really? Promise. Shailesh took a bite of his bagel. Yes. I want to finish my final report. I want to see a bit more of New York, even though it's snowing and cold. More than anything, I want to spend my remaining free time with you both, because who knows when we will meet again. Jyoti smiled. She looked at Shailesh, gesturing for him to forgive me. And if Priya is brave enough to meet me once more, I will apologize to her, too. Shailesh stood up. He came around to give me a bear hug. Is it okay? Say something, I said to him. Idiot you are, what else to say? Shailesh smiled. By Riya Somani, I said in my head. Asterisk. What size? Speak louder, I can't hear you, I said to my mother over the phone. I had come to a store called Century 21 to buy gifts for people back home. Take large size, and get me a cardigan with buttons, she said. I had brought candies for the entire school. It was not the smartest idea. I now needed a new suitcase just to carry the treats. Cardigan is done. Do you need anything else? I need some bras. I heard you get good ones there. Bye, Ma. Asterisk 1 week before the internship ended, I handed over my final report to Olera. Thank you, Madhav. I look forward to reading your work, he said. Thanks, Olera. You've been a great guide these past few months. Well, you are a bright man. Did you finally apply for a permanent position? I leave for India next Sunday. Olera smiled and patted my back. I returned to my desk. My phone had a missed call from a contact I had saved as Erica, Tribe Nation singer. I called her back. Hi, I said as she picked up the call. Hi. Madhav, right, she said. Yes, the Indian guy you met at Tribe Nation. How are you? You were looking for someone, right? Warmth tingled through me. I told myself to calm down. I had promised Shale I'd quit. Yes. I was. Any luck? Nope, I said. Okay, so I don't have much. This will confuse you even more. But there could be a new tall Indian girl who sings. What do you mean? I overheard. Who from? Customers at the bar. They spoke about this good-looking singer and were trying to guess her nationality. Indian features, but quite fair complexioned, that's what they said. So it reminded me of you. And? What else did they say? They said she sang quite well. Jazz, a bit of rock, what? No, I mean where? Where did they hear her? Did you ask them? Well, yes. They said at the Union Square Farmers Market on 14th Street. Is it a bar? No, a farmers market is like a street fair. They have organic food stalls, and a couple of random gigs sometimes. So what do? I don't know. Sorry, they didn't know more. Will the fair organizers know? I doubt it. It's too huge a place. You call check. Take train number 4 to Union Square. Okay, I said. Sorry, Mad Dav. I said I would confuse you. But that day you said you don't even know if she is here. Well, she might be. Thanks, Erica. 42. Of course, my visit to Union Square proved useless. I didn't have a date or the exact location of the stall. The farmers market is put up in the Union Square quadrangle, a football field-sized area filled with over 100 natural and environment-friendly product stalls. A few stalls featured performances ranging from juggling to music gigs. I passed organic honey and fruit-based soap counters to reach the fair office. Agents book the stalls. Then they call their own musicians on hire. It's quite impossible for us to trace them, a lady at the fair office told me. I took the subway back home. I felt stupid. I had wasted an evening I could have spent with my friends. I reached the 86th Street stop. I walked out to find the streets filled with snow. It was cold and dark. Still, under the city lights, New York, with its historic skyscrapers and modern neon lights, looked pretty. As I walked home, I passed restaurants with cozy interiors. Beautiful people chatted and laughed as they ate their dinner. I wondered if I would ever, even for one day in my life, be carefree like them. Asterisk. On my last Saturday in New York, I decided to visit the tourist attractions. I spent my morning visiting the Rockefeller Center, the Empire State Building and the Statue of Liberty. In the afternoon, I decided to splurge. I went to watch an NBA game. One ticket for the Knicks game, please, I said at the ticket counter. Madison Square Garden, also known as the MSG or simply the Garden, is a multipurpose indoor arena in Midtown Manhattan in New York City. Located between 7th and 8th Avenues from 31st to 33rd Streets, it is situated atop Pennsylvania Station. I had come to the Garden to watch a playoff game between the New York Knicks and LA Lakers. The Garden cost nearly $1 billion to construct, making it one of the most expensive stadiums in the world. I went inside, and was astonished by what I saw. It was the best basketball court and spectator stadium I had ever seen in my life. The teams had towering players, many of them over 6.5 feet tall. The Lakers wore yellow kits with a purple strip down die side. The Knicks had on blue jerseys with an orange border. I took my seat. It took me a minute to scan the huge arena and figure out all the complicated scoreboards. The crowd of nearly 20,000 roared at every point scored. I was in New York. However, I supported the LA Lakers. They had Kobe Bryant, one of the world's best basketball players and any favorite. He scored the most, over 40 points in the game. I wondered if an Indian player would ever join the NBA. The game ended with the Lakers scoring an easy win. The crowd, exhilarated from the game and the atmosphere, began to trickle out of the stadium. I followed them to the exit. Asterisk. As I came out of the MSG, I saw a couple of elderly people in jackets with the New York City Tourism logo, waiting near the exit. An elderly Hispanic woman walked slowly towards me. Tourist, she said. Yes, well, sort of, I said. How your trip goes? Me Daisy, from the Senior Citizens for NYC Tourism. Sorry, my English not good. I am Mexico originally. My trip is going quite well, thank you, I said. And your English is just fine. I could not believe I had commented on someone else's English. She held a bunch of brochures in her hand. May I ask the favor? Will you practice English me 5 minutes? Daisy said. I had to go home and pack. This was an unusual request anyway. I join adult school to learn English. To practice I volunteer here tourism department, Daisy persisted. I actually have to go home. The older man with her took me aside. Hi, I am Doug, a supervisor for the Senior Citizens for NYC volunteer program. I shook hands with him. Please spare 5 minutes for her. She lives alone. She needs to practice her English, Doug said. Sir, my English is not so good. I am from India. Indians speak good English. Not all. I am also learning it. You are speaking good English now. Well, thank you, sir. Someone must have taught you. I sighed. 5 minutes, Doug said. I nodded. Doug left me with Daisy. Hello, Madam Daisy. What would you like to talk about? Would you like brochure? To see attractions of weekend? Actually, I don't think so. I leave soon. I said, but she interrupted TNE. They free. Have look. We have discounted Broadway shows, a food festival, a jazz and music fest. I will correct you. Please say, they are free. Have a look, I said. Sorry. That I say. I leave Monday. So I am afraid I won't be able to do much, I said. She looked disappointed. I figured she had to do her tourism job, too. She possibly had a quota of people she needed to distribute brochures to every day. Fine, I'll take them. Thank you. Oh, thank you, she said and cheered up again. You fill small survey for me. 2 minutes. I put the brochures in my jacket pocket. She gave me a form asking basic details about my visit and myself. Can I leave now, madam? I said, as politely as possible. Enjoy rest of stay, she said and waved me goodbye. Yes, thank you. I left the MSG compound and came to the street. Peak hours meant cabs would be stuck in traffic forever. I checked the time. It was 7 p.m. I decided to walk the 4-kilometer distance from Madison Square Garden to Shailsha's house. 43. Surprise. A crowd of people screamed as I entered Shailsha's house. Juti had arranged an unexpected farewell party for me. Wow, I said as I entered the apartment. I found 20 guests, Shailsha and Juti's friends, waiting for me. Hey, Priya, good to see you, I said, wondering if she would slap me. Hi, she said. I'm really sorry about that night. Just go easy on the wine, she said and laughed. I smiled back at her. She was really attractive. Many men at the party had their eyes on her. A black man came up to me. Olera, I said and hugged him. Your friends are damn nice. They dug out my number and invited me. I'm so glad you came. Juti dragged me away from Olera to give a short speech. I want to thank Shailsha and Juti, who hosted me, and treated me like family, I said. Cut it out, let's party, Shailsha interrupted me. He offered everyone tequila shots and turned up the volume of the music player. Conversations required people to shout. Male bankers huddled together to discuss expected bonuses. The girls made another group. They discussed the best value offers in town, whether on Netflix or Sunday brunch deals in Manhattan. I chatted with a few people. Gates Foundation. They are like huge, man, one banker said to me. I just run a small school they fund, I said. I need a Gates Foundation grant. Do they fund bankers who need an apartment in Manhattan, said another. Everyone laughed. I spoke to many of those present, but felt little connection with any of them. I stepped away from the crowd and sat on the sofa. I took out my phone to look at the pictures I had taken during the day. I had taken some inside MSG. You watched a Knicks game? I heard Priya's voice from behind me. I turned to look at her. Yes, I went today. Nice pictures. Can I see? She sat down next to me. I flipped through the photos. My phone vibrated. A message from Erica Tribka Nation singer. Checking out the Jazz and Music Fest. The message flashed as a notification and disappeared. The phone screen went back to displaying pictures again. Next. Priya said as I didn't touch my phone for a minute. Priya, just a second. I need to send a reply. Oh, sure, I will get a drink, not for you. Though she smiled, wagging a finger at me, I smiled back. I composed a message for Erica. I leave Monday. Almost packed. At my farewell party now. Thanks anyway. Happy Smiley. She replied, fly safe. Ciao. Happy Smiley. I looked up. I saw Priya engrossed in conversation with someone at the bar. I shut my phone and placed it in my jacket pocket. I then realized that I was still carrying the brochures Daisy, the old lady, had given me outside Madison Square Garden. I read them one by one. Cats, the longest-running Broadway musical, said the first. Blue Man comedy show, combining music, technology and comedy, said another. One of the brochures was a 16-page thick, a 5-sized booklet. It said New York Music and Jazz Festival Weekend. The room lights had been dimmed, making it difficult for me to read the text. I shifted any seat closer to a candle on the coffee table. 1, 2, 3 performers, 25 venues, 3 days, 1 city, it said on the booklet cover. The booklet opened with a 2-page spread of the schedule of performances. It was arranged in 3 tables, one each for Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Each table had rows for the various time slots. The columns had the names of the singer, the venue and the kind of music and ticket prices. The next 2 pages had details of each venue. The remaining pages had a brief description of each singer, over 100 of them. I read the first one. Abigail, grew up in Boston, degree in jazz music. Started out as a gospel singer. After singing in Boston for 2 years, she moved to New York. Boston Globe called her voice smooth velvet that can calm your soul. I went through the names, mostly to pass time. I didn't really belong in my own party. I skimmed through all the descriptions in the alphabetical list. I ignored all the male singers. 20 minutes later, I reached the letter R. Ray, a sparkling new voice on the NY scene. According to the Village Voice, Ray would rather talk about where she is going than where she comes from. This tall exotic beauty sings as good as she looks, according to the Daily News. I stopped at Ray's description. I read it thrice. I flipped back to the schedule to see Ray's lineup. I looked under Saturday, which was today. My index finger ran down the schedule page. Blues, Soul and Contemporary, 10.00 p.m. 12.00 am. Stephanie, Roger and Ray, Cafe What, $8 entry, 2 drinks minimum. I turned the page to look up the details of Cafe What. And strained hard to read the tiny print. Cafe What. An old classic New York bar where many legends have performed in their struggling days. Mexican and American food options. 115 MacDougal Street, West Village. Subway 4, 5, 6. Bleecker Street F, West 4th Street. What are you doing, bro? Shailesh squeezed my shoulder hard. Ha. I said, startled. It's your party. What the hell are you reading? I put the brochure aside and smiled. Nothing. Just some touristy stuff, I said. You're not drinking, he said. He tapped his thigh in time with the music. No. You know me and alcohol. I can handle you at home. Wait, let me get a drink for you. Shailesh went to the bar. I checked the time on my phone. It said 11.05 p.m. I googled Cafe What. S number and called them. They took 30 seconds to pick up. It seemed like an hour. Hello. Cafe What? I heard a cheerful male voice, barely audible due to the music in the background. Hi, I am interested in the music and jazz fest performance tonight. Yes, it's on now, sir. It's an $8 cover charge. 2 drinks minimum. The person on the other side recited his rehearsed stuff. I wanted to know if there is a singer called Ray performing tonight. Well, let me see. Yes, we have 3 singers. Hers is the last act. Should be on any time now. Sir, I need to hang up. It's really busy here tonight, and I am one of the very few servers. Sorry, just one question. Is she there? Can you see her? Ha, the server said, confused. Well, I do see the singers near the stage. I think she is there. What does she look like? Sorry, sir, I hate to be rude, but you want me to take your name down for reservations or something? Can't help you with much else. Yes, just one last thing. Does she look Indian? It's really important. Please. Hold on, the server said. Shailesh came up to me as I was on hold. He gave me a glass of champagne. I gestured a thanks to him. He gave me a puzzled look, wondering who I was calling at this time. The wait seemed endless. Nothing, it is the travel agency who booked my return tickets, I whispered to Shailesh, making up whatever I could on the spot. This late, he said, surprised. I shrugged and excused myself to step aside. Sir. You there? The man was back. Yes, yes. I am. She's definitely not Caucasian white. She isn't black either. She could be Indian. Or I don't know, she's quite light-colored, so maybe Spanish or mixed race. Sorry, I can't. I interrupted him. Thanks. That's enough. I'm coming down. Can you hold a place for one? I'm Madhav Mad what? Just put me down as M. I'm coming. You better be here soon. The acts end at midnight. Shailesh stood right in front of me. All okay with your ticket, he said. Yeah. It's fine, I said and paused before I spoke again. Shailesh, I need to get out. What? Exactly, I said, that's where I need to go. Where? I need to get some fresh air. Have you seen the snow outside? Where are you going? He pointed to his balcony. Blobs of snow covered the ledge. Outside his apartment, a steady stream of snowflakes shot down from the night sky. I have a jacket, I said. Shailesh looked bewildered by my sudden desire for a night stroll. Madhav, what do I tell the guests? He said. They will barely notice, I said and left. 44. I stepped out of the apartment building. Cold wind slashed at my face. My phone showed the time as 11:12 p.m. and a temperature of 20 degrees Fahrenheit, or -6.6 degrees Celsius. People were all bundled up in gloves, caps and jackets. I saw a group of 4 friends walk towards the 86th Street subway ahead of me. Fresh snow had made the pavements powdery and white. The group of 4 and 1 reached the subway stop. We took the steps down to the metro. Some African Americans were coming up the steps. It's not coming, woohoo, no train tonight, said one of them in a drunk voice. How am I going to get my ass to Brooklyn, his friend said. $100 cab ride, baby. That ass deserves it, another friend said. They all laughed. I reached the customer services counter. A plump African-American lady from the Metropolitan Transit Authority, or MTA, sat inside. She made an announcement into a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, due to heavy snow, we are experiencing huge delays on all lines. A train is stalled in the network near Grand Central. We are trying to remedy the problem. We suggest alternative travel arrangements. I checked the station clock, 11:19 p.m. Google Maps suggested the subway would have taken me to Bleecker Street in 17 minutes. From there, it was a 9-minute walk to the cafe. How much delay? I asked the customer service officer. Who knows, honey, she said. It's snow. Half an hour, 2 hours. Take your pick. I ran up the steps and came out of the station. Cold air sneaked in under the jacket's collar and down my neck. The road had little traffic. I waited but no empty cab went past. I asked a passerby, I need to go to the West Village urgently. Where can I get a cab? Want one myself. I checked the time, 11:25 p.m. Walk west to 5th Avenue. You will hit Central Park. Try there, someone said. I took rapid strides to 5th Avenue. I reached the periphery of Central Park, near the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Amber lights lit up the museum building. The falling snowflakes created a soft focus effect. Time, 11:31 p.m. If I didn't get a cab, I would not be able to reach West Village before midnight. I couldn't see any cabs. I looked up at the sky to pray. Snowflakes fell on my face. God, please, please, I said. I looked around me. At least 6 more people waited for cabs. My heart sank. I wanted to cry. One cab, please, I said, waiting for magic to happen. No cabs. Time, 11:34 p.m. I reopened Google Maps. I checked the distance from my current location at the Met Museum to Café Watt. And chose the pedestrian option. It displayed this, walk 4.0 mi, 1h 10 minutes. The route was simple. I had to go straight down south on 5th Avenue for 3.8 of the 4 miles, and then turn right. 4 miles 6.4 kilometers, I mumbled to myself. An hour and 10 minutes to walk, I thought. If I ran, it would be less. If I ran like a mad dog with a pack of wolves chasing it, even lesser. Madhavja, I whispered to myself, run. I remembered basketball. We used to run and dribble on court all the time. A basketball court is not the same as 6.5 kilometers in -6 degrees temperature, my sensible mind scoffed. Don't think. Don't listen to sense. Just run, I told myself, and took off. I ran so fast my surroundings became hazy. Central Park on my right and posh Upper East Side homes on my left whizzed past. My face became numb in the cold air. The jacket began to feel heavy as snow started to seep inside. I had already spent the entire day walking, whether it was for shopping, walking over to Madison Square Garden, or back to Shailesh's home. I had not eaten much all day either. My legs began to hurt. Come on, Madhav, I panted, come on. Sometimes, when nobody is by your side, you have to become your own cheering squad. I faked a dribble. It made me go ahead to catch my imaginary ball. I checked the street sign, 67th Street. Café Watt was near 4th. Don't look at street signs. Just run, Madhav, I said aloud. I passed a hotel on my left on 60th Street. It had an Indian flag hanging above the main porch. The Pierre, a Taj Hotel, a sign said. The Indian flag unleashed a fresh wave of energy in me. Run, I said to myself. You can do this. I reached the most famous part of 5th Avenue, with designer stores on both sides. Tiffany's was on 57th Street, Louis Vuitton on 51st. Ria's journals had mentioned these brands. On 50th Street, I developed a nasty cramp in my stomach. I had to stop. I sat down in a squat and took a few deep breaths. Time, 11:44 p.m. Damn. There is no time. Feel the pain later, I told myself. I couldn't move. I scanned the street for cabs. Nothing. I winced in pain. On my right, I saw the NBA store. The store was shut. It had a huge poster of Kobe Bryant outside NBA, where amazing happens. It said, "Come on, Madhav. Be amazing." I stood up. Without thinking, I started to run again. My legs and abdomen screamed with pain. My nose felt like ice. However, my head felt like fire. I ran, almost jumped with every stride, and looked straight ahead. Snow was in my sneakers, turning my feet cold and wet. Run, 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 I whispered with every breath. I reached a dead end at Washington Square Park. I'm close. Right turn from here. Time, 11:56 p.m. I wanted to rest for a minute. No rest, I scolded myself. I turned right and ran. The noise of music and the crowd outside made me stop. Cafe what? The lit-up sign greeted me with its bright yellow letters. I pumped my fists. 45. I plonked my elbows on the usher's desk outside. I tried to speak. Snow fell out of my mouth. I gasped. I booked a place for Mr. M. I bent to cough. As my body shook, bits of snow fell off me. Easy there, M. Are you all right? I nodded. Your lips are purple. They may fall off, buddy, the usher said. I rubbed my hands and placed them on my mouth. Cold hands did little to warm up an even colder face. The usher went through his register. Mr. M, yes. But the show is almost ending. It's midnight. Last song probably. Time, 12:01 a.m. The singer is still there, right? I said, still huffing and puffing as I spoke. Hull. Yeah, maybe just doing a bonus song or something. Entry is $8, 2 drinks minimum. You sure? I slapped a $20 bill on his desk and walked in. I reached the bar area. Your 2 drinks, sir, said a female bartender. Water and water. She gave me 2 bottles of water. I chugged them down in a flash. Where is the performance? I said. Straight left to the concert area. Follow the music. I limped ahead. My legs had given way. I held onto bar stools and eye hairs to keep myself from falling. The concert area was a dimly lit room filled with people. The crowd in front of me prevented me from seeing the stage. I elbowed my way through the hordes of people to get ahead. I heard a female voice. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful, it's true. The bright spotlight on the stage contrasted with the dark room. It took a few seconds to spot the singer. It was her. Rhea. The water bottle fell from my hand. She sang with her eyes closed, completely engrossed in the song. In a full-length, sequined black gown, she looked more beautiful than what even God would define as beautiful. Yes, Rhea Samani, I found you. She held an acoustic guitar in her hand. A male American pianist accompanied her on stage. She continued to sing. I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I'll never be with you. My tiredness evaporated. No more aches and pain. Blood flowed through my body again. My face felt flushed and hot compared to the freezing cold a minute ago. She sang from her heart. The crowd loved her and cheered. She opened her eyes between lines and smiled at the crowd's reaction. She had not seen me yet. I removed my jacket and put it on a table. I walked right up ahead to the stage and stood before her. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful, it's. Her voice vanished as her eyes met mine. The pianist looked at her surprised, wondering why she had missed her lines. Rhea stood up. The guitar looked unsteady in her hand. The pianist filled the gaps with an instrumental interlude. Rhea put her guitar aside slowly. I continued to look at her. We stood before each other, silent and frozen. The crowd began to murmur, wondering what was happening. The pianist figured something was amiss. He took the anik and continued the song. You're beautiful, it's true. I just kept looking at her. What all you made me go through, Rhea Samani, my eyes said. I'm sorry, her eyes said to me. A tear ran down her cheek. Mine too. I thought I would have so much to say to her when I finally met her. I had mentally rehearsed it many times. I would be angry at first. I would shout, tell her how much she had put me through. I would then tell her what she meant to me. How I was not that jerk, Rohan. Or that others may have let her down, but I wouldn't. and that my mother could only be happy if I was. I had my speech all planned. However, neither of us said a word. We just looked at each other and cried, and cried. After some time she stepped forward. That is all Ria Samani does. She gives you a little clue she is ready. You just need to be alert enough to pick it up. I opened my arms. They shook as she came closer. I took her in my arms. I'm sorry, she said. Sure, I said. Remember you placed a condition last time. No questions asked twice. I have one now. What? She said in the softest whisper. No questions at all. In fact, if possible, no words. She buried her face in my chest. I lifted her chin. Ria Samani, I love you. Always have. Always will. Please, never, ever leave me. She shook her head and said won't, I can't, I continued sure. Because next time I will find you again and kill you. She smiled and cried at the same time. Some of the crowd cheered, even though they were confused about what was going on. The pianist ended the song. The restaurant staff switched on the concert room lights. People began to make their way out. I continued to hold her. Sorry, I left because I got scared, she said. I know. But how did you? She said. I said, no questions. Just one last one. What? Why is your shirt so wet and cold? She said. I laughed. What? She said. Nothing. 46. Upper West, 70th and 6th, she said. We were in a black Lincoln car, which the organizers had arranged for the singers. The car took us to her apartment on the Upper West Side near the western side of Central Park. I can't remember much of the journey except her face and the way it looked in the changing lights. And that the city seemed more beautiful than any other night in the past 3 months. I clasped her hand tightly and leaned back on the seat, just looking at her face. Asterisk, she turned the key and we were in her apartment. There were music posters all over the walls. The window faced the park, now dark, apart from the street lights. She went to the bedroom to remove her makeup. In the bathroom I undressed and noticed the bruises and blisters on my feet. My nose and ears looked raw and red. I took a hot shower. I felt like a pack of frozen peas being thawed. I finished my shower and realized I did not have fresh clothes. A pink, oversized t-shirt with a Dora cartoon hung in the bathroom. Perhaps Ria used it as nightwear. I put on the t-shirt, wrapped a towel around my waist and stepped out. Ria laughed as she saw me in the girly t-shirt. Sorry, I didn't. I said. She silenced me with a kiss. Her lips felt like warm honey. She kissed me for a long time, holding my face in her hands. Our tongues gently touched. I placed my left hand on her cheek. My right hand kept my towel in place. She guided my right hand to her back. Her gown was backless, and I felt smooth skin. She removed my pink t-shirt. I tried to remove her gown, but it was too complex a garment for me to understand. I tugged at it, and then gave up. She unzipped a side zipper and stepped out of it. We embraced. We kissed. We touched. We caressed. We reached the bedroom, the bed. Our lips never stopped kissing. Our hands never stopped touching. Every moment felt special as we made love. I entered her, and our eyes met. Both of us felt strong and vulnerable at the same time. I saw tears in her eyes. You okay? I said. She nodded. She brought her face close to my ear to whisper. More than okay. I'm great, she said. And you? More than great, I said. We cuddled afterwards. She slept. I didn't. I looked at her all night. I realized this only when daylight seeped in through the windows. I turned towards her. Her skin glowed in the morning light. Her eyebrows were still perfect. Her eyes were shut. You sleeping? I asked her. She nodded. Epilogue. 3.5 years later, it's easily one of the best schools I have seen, I said. It was not like this 7 years ago, Madhav said. I finished the tour of the Dumron Royal School. Madhav had invited me as the chief guest for their annual day function. I passed a music class, from where high-pitched notes could be heard. Madhav knocked on the door. Ria, Chetan sir, Madhav whispered. Please don't call me sir, I said. Sorry, Madhav said. Ria stepped out. Madhav had not lied about her looks. She had classic features and an elegant demeanor. Chetan sir, finally. Madhav has talked so much about you, Ria said. No sir. And, trust me, Madhav has told me a lot about you too. She laughed. Madhav told her to finish the class and meet us outside. It's lovely here, I said. We walked out of the main building into the school garden. Students had decorated the new basketball court with flowers. A function to inaugurate the court was scheduled for later in the evening. We wanted to call you earlier, but thought it better to invite you here when we had a basketball court, Madhav said. The court is beautiful. All the equipment is from the US, Madhav said. Ria and I spend 3 months there every year. She does a few music gigs. I help out at the UN and also do some marketing of my rural tours. Madhav explained how they had started rural school tours, which included a stay in the Havli. People came from all over the world, allowing the school to earn revenue in dollars. Tourists spend a day with our kids. They teach them a class, share pictures or talk about their country. They say it is one of the most meaningful things they have ever done in their life. That's innovative. Students love it. They get an exposure to the world. Many tourists send regular grants or gifts to the school later on. Where's your mother? She'll come soon. She spends less time at the school now. Ria and I run it. Shyam keeps Rani Sabha busy. Madhav laughed. She is okay about Ria. I said. You forget that she saw how I had become without her. She says she is happy to have her son back. Not to mention grandson. Her new darling. How old is your son now? Will turn 2 soon, Madhav said. Here they come. I saw an elderly lady walk towards us holding a little boy's hand in one hand and a large tiffin box in another. The school bell rang. Hordes of kids ran out. Ria joined us. Everyone's here, she said. Shyam extracted his hand from his grandmother's and came running up to his parents. He looked like a chubby baby version of Ria. Shyam is too tall and too naughty for his age, Rani Sabha said when Madhav had introduced us. We sat in the amphitheater seats of the basketball court. Ria served everyone a lunch of chapats, dal and carrot and peas sabzi from the tiffin box. Shyam saw a basketball on court. He ran down the amphitheater steps for the ball. Careful, Rani Sabha said. He's your daredevil grandson. Thank you all for listening. Please do share, subscribe our channel for more videos. Do like and comment your views on our video. His little hands couldn't throw the ball high enough to reach anywhere near the basket. He tried 2 more times and failed. He looked at his father. It's not happening, he said. So what? Don't quit. It will happen one day, Madhav said.